naomba uje sehemu nilipo utusaidie hapa kwa studio. Naomba adui nyanga. Thank you. Na tafadhali mpe mfawidhi Misango heshima ambayo anastahili. Huyu ni afisa mkubwa sana hapa nchini.
Shughulika tu usiingie kwa
tafadhali.
Sawa.
Alois, 2 more meters nyuma, nisaidie. 2 more meters. Tuende 2 more meters. Askari wa county 2 more meters. Na upatie.
Asante sana mdomo. Bagi tunazidi kushukuru. Basi pindi tu tafrija hizo za kijeshi zitakapokamilika, tutaweza kuwa na maombi mafupi, kisha baada ya hapo tutaweza kuelekezwa jinsi tutakavyotazama mwili huu adima, tuweze kufuata maagizo kutoka kwa maafisa wetu. Tuna muda wa kutosha kuweza kutazama mwili wa kiongozi wetu, na kwa heshima tafadhali tuweze kufuata zile itifaki ama kupenda protocols zile ambazo zitakuwa zimewekwa na maafisa wetu. Bagi mwenzangu chini, tafadhali wapo mko tayari, wenzetu upande ule wa pili wanaweza kukamilisha zile tafrija zetu za kijeshi, na ninaomba kwa heshima wananchi wa Kisumu, ninaomba kwa heshima, vile jana Mama Aida Odinga alituomba tuomboleze Mheshimiwa Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga kwa njia ya heshima, nitaomba tuweze sote kusimama ili nimpishe mwenzangu tuweze kufungua kipindi hiki kwa maombi, kisha baada ya maombi tutaweza kuelekezwa itifaki ya kutazama mwili huu. Kwako Ochieng.
Asante, niombe popote ulipo usimame kwa heshima ya taifa. Kofia zote zisizo rasmi zisalie kuvuliwa. Kila mmoja kunyamaza kimya. Maafisa wa itifaki sasa msitembee jukwani. Kila mmoja kunyamaza kimya kwa wimbo wa taifa wa Jamhuri ya Kenya utakaofuatiwa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Wimbo wa taifa. kutuelekeza mbele zake jalani aishie milele. Kwanza Ajiki Kodiamo, kisha Askofu Washington Ogonongede ataongoza wachungaji wengine kwa maombi. Niombe tumpe nafasi Ajiki Kodiamo.
Ajiki Kodiamo.
Asante Askofu Washington Ogonongede, na naomba Askofu Zakio Sokot naye asogee vizuri.
Halo.
Haya, tufunge macho, tuombe Mwenyezi Mungu aumba mbingu na nchi. Baba Mwenyezi Mungu, siku hii ya leo ni siku za huzuni nyingi kwa wakaaji wa Kisumu, wakaaji wa Nyanza, wakaaji wa Kenya wote kwa jumla. Baba, tunakuja kuombea mwili wa mwenda zake, rafiki yetu ya ndani kabisa, Right Honorable Engineer Dr. RAILA'S. Baba, wakati tunaomba kwa mwili wake, naomba Mwenyezi Mungu kumbariki mkewe ambao tunampenda sana, ambao wanamtumaini kwa mambo yote. Kwa hiyo saa hii Baba ana huzuni nyingi wa kupoteza mpendwa wake ambao ni mke wa bwana wake. Mungu mbariki mama wetu mpendwa Excellency Dr. Ida Betty Odinga, na Baba naomba kwa mtoto wake Rosemary Odinga na Raila Junior Mawili. Mungu wafiche chini ya mabawa yako, baraka yako ionekane kwa miji wa rafiki yangu kwa miaka nyingi, na Baba maombi yetu ifike mbele yako, tukijua kwamba wakati huu mwana wa leo yuko pamoja nawe katika mahali pema peponi. Mungu bariki watu wote na ubariki Kenya, na amani iendelee. Tuombee, tufanye maombolezo yetu kwa mpendwa wetu, na amani, shukrani mpaka kutoka hapa mpaka Bondo. Mwenyezi Mungu tumpe heshima ya mwisho kwa rafiki yetu ili tumshirikishe na furaha na amani kutoka juu mbinguni. Ninaomba nikijua kwamba umeifanya na ni kwa jina la Yesu Kristo aliye mkombozi wetu. Amen and amen. Hapa tunaweza kwa Mungu wetu Archbishop Sakaya.
Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Amen. Prayer for the Honorable Raila. Oh Lord, our Creator, you are the Father of all goodness. We thank you for the life of the Right Honorable Raila and the many years you gave him. Raila was our Prime Minister, who was indeed many things, many people of Kenya, of East Africa, of Africa. He dedicated his entire life to the service of the people of Kenya and beyond, and through the works of together Kenya. The name of the Constitution of 2010 and his attendant institution to be elected. As a leader of the opposition party, he participated in many elections despite winning three elections in our country and in results being short-changed. Raila would always forgive and move on. He taught us forgiveness. He accepted the verdict. That's teaching us about the importance of belonging to the rule of law, shaking hands with those who are pronounced as president. He had the heart of forgiveness. Oh Lord our God, your servant Raila and Mourning, put the love of our country first and foremost. He always put his Kenya first. May he always learn from him. Management was an example. And peace for our motherland. Kenya contains and enables the importance of freedom of speech. Almighty God, I thank you for the having given me the courage to save the life after his second detention. Can I get on pain? Do I come and the last few years? You say no last for in Egypt. I'm making a man in the video. I like it. Not to do it. Today has been in farewell. We thank you, Almighty Father, that you enabled Raila and Mourning after his self-exile to initiate together with others vibrant political parties which have helped to improve and shape our democracy and thrive to make Kenya a better home for all Kenyans. As an engineer, we thank you for God, for insight you gave Raila to design by passing our cities, many highways and roads, serving our beautiful country of Kenya. Finally, we are signing Raila taught us the importance of respect for life. We are born in experience for black, for any Kenyan, for young people. May you Almighty God
will receive our faithful servant who amazing rescues. We pray to our Lord Jesus Christ, the Son, who lives and reigns with you, unity and Holy Spirit, God forever. Amen.
Asanteni sana watumishi wa Mungu. Watumishi wa Mungu, niombe wananchi tuwapigie makofi mazuri. Wamefanya kazi kubwa. Let's appreciate our men of God. Asanteni sana for your service this morning, especially Archbishop Zacchaeus Okot, who has been a great friend of His Excellency Dr. Odinga. Niombe maafisa wa itifaki tusaidiane wakati askofu anasaidiwa kuelekea upande mbadala. Kuna nafasi ya kuketi imetengewa viongozi wa kanisa. Asanteni sana. Asante. Tuelekeze hapo kwa heshima na kwa polepole. Thank you, men of God. Thank you, men of God, for your service. Thank you. Samahani kidogo. Thank you. We are not ready. Just get them ready, but we are not ready to go in. Yes, but we are not ready to go in yet. Ngoja nitakwambia.
Waheshimiwa magavana, waheshimiwa mawaziri, tunaomba kwa heshima mweze kuketi kwenye jukwaa kuu. Tunaposubiri kamanda wa jeshi letu la wanamaji tuweze kupokea mwili, aweze kupokea mwili hapa rasmi, kisha tuweze kuendelea. Hiyo ni itifaki ambayo nimeweza kupewa. Tafadhali.
Vile vile nitasisitiza kila jambo litakalotendeka tutawapea mwelekeo. We will guide appropriately on every matter that is going to take place. I am most happy requesting our leaders that we wait for
Arocho. Funga hiyo gate tafadhali.
Kindly let us wait for instructions and
studio tupe huo muziki ambao ulikuwa umetupa. Tunaposubiri waweze kufika tafadhali kwa muda mfupi, kisha tutaendelea na itifaki tafadhali. DJ Kwa heshima tusianze mafarakano tafadhali.
Funga hapo kwanza.
Mama Aida Odinga jana aliomba tuweze kuomboleza Mheshimiwa Raila kwa amani. Wanasiasa wetu tafadhali, tunaomba tusianze hivyo. Hatutaweza kudhibiti. Tufuate itifaki ambayo imewekwa na maafisa wa usalama. Kindly, our politicians, we request, tafadhali.
Pole pole, wewe unasukuma mpaka askofu.
Tufunge hapo. Funga. Funga hapo. Yes. Yes. Tutulie tafadhali. Tunaomba kwa heshima. Mama Aida Odinga aliomba tuomboleze kiongozi wetu kwa amani. Na ninaomba tafadhali waheshimiwa, ile protocol tumepewa mahali hapa tuweze kuifuata. Wewe ni kiongozi, una watu ambao walikuchagua. Ukiweza kukaidi, hawa wananchi watakufuata. Tafadhali. Studio, tupe muziki tafadhali. Shikilia kidogo, wakili Otienda Molo aweze kuendelea tafadhali.
Dokurwa, madienta kom en man state. Wanuru kaka giwacho mondo gini odhi mayot. Kata wanwa bunge, hiye joma noseneno ringre baba, ok onego wadhi kanyo nwar patni gi jo-Kisumu. Wafunduru chien mondo joma pok oneno ringre baba one ringre baba.
Okay, what you're just witnessing at Mamboleo grounds is that the process to view the body will start any moment from now. The security personnel who are currently coordinating matters inside the stadium are trying to ensure that there is order so that the people can be able to start viewing the body. You've heard numerous times the KDF spokesperson who's currently on the mic clearly urging leaders to ensure that there is order so that the people can start viewing the body. Already, the stadium is already packed to the brim. You can see even on the stadium some of the structures that people already seated on those structures, given that the space is a little bit limited compared to what we witnessed here in the capital. Already as members of the church, especially in the Anglican church, have been able to give their summons and pray for the exercise so that it can commence. Where you're seeing the camera is currently where the leaders are seated. We saw a little bit earlier on the Homa Bay governor, that is Gladys Wanga. More importantly, we are sure of the Kisumu governor, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, will be there, and a host of legislators and leaders from the region who are currently seated there. Closer to where the casket of the ODM leader Raila Odinga is currently being placed. It's a multi-agency approach from the Kenya Defence Forces, the National Police Service, as well as other critical security operators in the country, just to ascertain not only the security of the family and the body, but the security at large of the people. But also outside the stadium, many people have congregated outside due to the limited space inside the stadium. They will also follow the proceedings given that there are speakers there and there are various monitors as well outside there. And of course, if you're unable to watch what is happening inside and you're currently listening to us and viewing us from whatever outlet you're watching us from, we'll keep this images rolling so that you can have a feel and see what is happening inside the Mamboleo grounds. The process of viewing the body will start shortly, and it will be done in the manner that was witnessed in Kasarani and Nyayo National Stadium, where the security officers will form some sort of two lines so that the people can pass in between them, so that they can coordinate them appropriately and ensure many people will get to see the ODM leader before the body is airlifted once more all the way to Bondo, where the body will spend the night in Bondo ahead of the burial on Sunday. where a number of leaders have confirmed for their attendance. Yesterday you saw the Vice President of Tanzania, that is Philip, and the first Vice President of South Sudan, Rebecca, who joined, as well as the President of Somalia, that is Hassan, who joined us in the country to mourn the ODM leader Raila Odinga. They're preparing, they're just making arrangements so that at the end of the day, we take you back there so that you can have the feel and sound of that particular area, so that the people can see and view the body of the ODM leader Raila Odinga. Maybe, Millie, you can see the body has arrived so that the people can have their view. You've even heard, we were talking, making fun a little bit earlier on where the members of the cloth were urging the public to keep quiet, but yet they were still not keeping quiet due to the jubilation that their son has come home.
Yes, they've given him a true hero's welcome, even within the constraints of sitting arrangements that they had.
Yes. Okay, we're changing the microphone. KBC Channel 1. Maybe you can see the body has arrived there at Mamboleo. Talk to us, Churchill.
Yes, I think this is it's a historic moment, especially for the people of this region. This is an iconic figure for, you know, the people of the entire Western Kenya, and I know it's a convergence of what I would call a convergence of nations in Kisumu.
Yes.
And I'm happy that at least there is the organization. You know, it's a little bit organized as opposed to what people are expecting. And you know, from the airport to Mamboleo, and you know, the people, of course, the jubilations is expected, and ordinarily, as Millie was mentioning, the expectations of the public, you know, wanting to see their leader. And,
yes.
You know, many times, and this is not just in Kenya. Many parts of the world, and this is historical, people consider leaders immortal. and I think that is even the basis of the lying in state, so that you can come to the reality that, you know, a leader that you considered immortal, you had a lot of myths around him, has actually is now passed on, and you come to that reality and have a closure. So the viewing of this body, I believe, that will also give a closure to many of the people in this region, and you know, also reduce temperatures. As you can see, that is what actually happened even in the city. After the viewing of the body in Nyayo, there was a lot of calming,
yes,
because people are now getting to the reality that he has passed on. So we also expect this, and you know, and I see that people have actually really organized, and you know, there's no disorganization as many people really expected. Yeah.
I think there's a finality that comes with seeing the dead body.
Yeah.
You know, you even hear when families have lost their people, have disappeared, you say, just bring us the body, you know,
yes,
bring us the body, so that we see and we are sure we touch, and that body has no life in it. So it's true that gives a lot of finality to it. And that crying, much as they were not able to come forward, you know, traditionally in this region, they would come, they would lie on the vehicle, yes, that is carrying, yes, the body, you know, they would stop it, yes, it would move at their pace, until they are happy,
exactly,
and that they have brought the person back home. That is traditionally what they would do.
Yes.
And it would not have been a misbehavior, it would just be that is their cultural way of bringing home any person who has died. That is the tradition, and more so a person who has lived for more years and therefore done a lot more for the community. you would find that that is what they've done. So I'm glad already I can see that they have tried to listen to the prayers of the family and accord the body the dignity that it deserves, so that they were just making their sounds from the podiums where they were seated.
Yeah.
And I don't think that there was too much, although of course we're hearing, but I hear that was more directed to the leaders than to the people. There was not too much attempt to breach the barricades.
And indeed, of course, as I informed you a little bit earlier on, many people are still even outside the Mamboleo grounds. They are trying to access it, but the security personnel have been ordered to close the gates because the stadium is already filled to the brim. And there you have it. Some leaders are currently seated, including the Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga and a host of family members, as well as members of Parliament who are currently seated there, so that they can give their last respect as well. Some of them are even serving in the committee that is steering funeral preparations for the ODM leader Raila Odinga. That is set to kick off tomorrow at his home in Bondo. That is in Siaya County, and we'll be speaking to our reporters who are currently there as well. But we also have Wycliffe and Chola in Kisumu County. They'll be bringing us a blue account of what has been happening. If you're just joining us, dear viewers, is that the body landed at exactly Kisumu International Airport at exactly few minutes past 7 a.m. in the morning, given that it had left few minutes past 6 a.m. here at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. It is just a 1-hour flight from Nairobi all the way to Kisumu. But interestingly, when the body arrived at the Kisumu International Airport, the committee alongside various KDF officials were able to decide that the body will be airlifted from the airport to the Mamboleo grounds, which is not that far from the Kisumu International Airport. But people had already converged outside the airport, waiting to see if the trend that was replicated at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport all the way to the Kasarani Stadium, where people of Nairobi were able to view the body, will be replicated in Kisumu County. There you have it. Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, the First Lady as well of Kisumu County, are currently seated. Busia Governor Paul Otuoma, Homa Bay Governor, that is Gladys Wanga, and a host of legislators. But important to note that Raila Odinga Jr. and Ochilo Ayako is also there. The CS Energy, Opiyo Wandayi, Raila Odinga Jr., given that now he's the gentleman of the house, is representing the family. And the family had requested from the people of Kisumu. But note that it's just not the people of Kisumu who are currently in Kisumu. There are so many people who have trekked from long distances, especially from neighboring counties, even as far as northeastern, who are currently in that ground, so that they can pay their last respect to the ODM leader Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga Jr. is leading the family delegation, of course, seconded by the various ODM lieutenants as well as government officials, including the Interior Principal Secretary, Dr. Raymond Omolo, who flew out yesterday from Nairobi all the way to Kisumu just to ensure that the preparations are still ongoing. This exercise will last later in the afternoon. After it concludes, the body will be then transported or airlifted to Bondo, Siaya County, so that the people of Siaya can also have their view. Yesterday, even the day before, that was on Wednesday, when President William Ruto made the heart-wrenching announcement from State House Nairobi, people started converging at the Odinga estates in Bondo, in Kisumu, as well as in Nairobi County, just to pay their last respect. Maybe Churchill, in terms of the preparations that we witness here in the capital, different from Kisumu. Kisumu, it's a little bit organized, and given that they're respecting the wishes of the family. So in terms of how crucial this family has been, not only to the Nyanza region, but to the country at large, how integral have they been over the years?
Yes, I think first, in terms of the organization, it's just important for us to mention that the time was pretty short. 72 hours of organizing the funeral of such an iconic figure is not easy, and that's why I think on the first day you saw quite a lot of disorganization, because you know, there are many things that were not expected. So many various government agencies were not even ready for a lot of eventualities. And you could see that being perfection, getting on. The next day it was way better. The third day is getting way, way better. And so you expect even tomorrow, when he is being given the final send-off, it will be much, much, much more organized. So this is really expected of you know, when you have a short time to organize this high-level event that is both politically, has political implications, emotional implications, and quite a lot of psychological, you know, psychological issues that has to be sorted out. But then again, as you mentioned, yes, this is a family that has had a far-reaching influence in Kenya's history, and you know, we really have to appreciate the fact that first from independence, when you look at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and his role in the first KANU, and you know, later on multi-party democracy, and the championing and the opening of the democratic space, the Odinga family has always been a part and parcel of every historical journey within the development of Kenya's progress, and not just Kenya, but also regionally within the country. You know, you can remember even the time when Obama was being elected, his name was being mentioned in the US, and somehow. So it just tells you that he has had, he is sort of what I would call, and at some point in one of the articles that I wrote, he is what I would call, the family is what I would call a monarch. And ideally, this is how monarchs are created, even in the development of states in some of the advanced nations. So, so yes, we still also, again, I would say that the entire family has been political. First, only the father was really in politics, but as Raila came in, other people came in, you know, the sisters, you know, the daughters, and most likely even the son might join in. And that's so really historically he has been very, very influential in our country. And lastly, again, also, you look at the other peace processes in the region, the Great Lakes. Look at what happened, I think, was it, I think in one of the southern countries, when there was a post-election, you know, the elections were contested. He came in as a peacemaker to strike a deal. And as a person who believed in democracy, the person who was declared the winner was removed from power. I think was it Gbagbo or someone? I think so, yeah.
Yes, that's the Ivory Coast.
Exactly, Ivory Coast, yeah.
Maybe as you also give us, as you introduce yourself, talk to Kenyans. This process has started as early as 6 a.m. currently. Before we took over those images from the TV, the lineup, that is the normal lineup that has started in Kasarani just the other day in Nyayo Stadium, where they will form two lines and then the people can pass through so that they can have their view of the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga. Maybe what did he mean not only to the Nyanza region but to the country as large?
Thank you. Raila meant a lot to the nation, just like my colleague has said, to Africa and to the world. So if you look at Kenya, we call him the father of democracy, not because people had not fought for democracy before. Because remember, Kenya was a colonial state. And when the wind of change blew over Africa and all the colonies post the Second World War, people like Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Jomo Kenyatta, and then earlier on, people like Harry Thuku had started talking about self-rule, and then moving on to the Mau Mau struggle of 1952 going forward. People are talking about self-rule. But on attainment of self-rule, the founding fathers had three things that they say they were going to fight: poverty, illiteracy, and health. But then as the state morphed, just like many other states in Africa, some issues arose. The nascent leadership across Africa decided, most of them, to actually start concentrating power amongst themselves and not to the people, as democracy dictates, or as what they were telling people. So you'll find from around 1969 Jaramogi founded the KPU. Kenya was actually a multi-party state, but it was a multi-party state on law, and at some point it became a multi-party state on paper, but not in action. So when people refer to Raila as the father of democracy, they remember now what happens post-1982. The agitation for real multipartism. And then that culminated to President Moi then removing Section 2A from our constitution, and then now we started talking of multipartism, real 1990, 91, 92, and the first multi-party election. So that's one. Secondly, someone who championed human rights. Raila is known as a liberator for human rights because as he was fighting for democracy, it was not only democracy, it was human rights. What are our rights as a citizen? And this moved on all the way to the point where he declared himself the people's president. So that people's president meant the rights of the people and the people's right to actually self-govern. Then people talk of devolution in this country. They call him the father of devolution. It's true because we started this nation as a Majimbo nation in the early 60s, if you go back to history. And then at some point we lost it. We became centralized as one nation. But there was always that desire by the populace. And you can see this now when the new constitution process started. Everybody will say, we want resources and power closer to us. So Raila again embodied that. And during his tenure as the parliamentary constitution chairman during the last years of Moi, and then moving forward now as a leader of an organized group, including a political party and the civil society. One of the key messages, as he was talking about democracy, human rights, was devolution of power and resources to the people. So he's the father of devolution as well. And then one other key thing I will add now within this country is he was a peacemaker. In many of these cases, as he led some of these struggles, there will be elections, there will be contested, and there will be rabid division amongst people who have gone to these elections. He will always emerge to demand rights, just like we know him. But at the same time, he will seek out, or he'll be sought by the other party, and they make peace. And it was not peace for the sake of it. It was peace so that some of the issues that had brought about some of the contestations get resolved, so that when people move to the next level or the next election, then things are better than they were. And of course, he was Baba. He was the father of all of us who are younger than him, and a brother to those who are actually his age mates. So he's being held profoundly in this country. But beyond that, he was a Pan-Africanist. Whenever you will hear him talk the Jumuiya ya Mashariki, you'll hear him quote the Nkrumahs, just like my colleague has said. You will hear him talk about these regions. And this became so amplified when now he was given a role as the AU Commission Chairman for Infrastructure. He will say why Africa needs to be one. And for him, whereas there's all these political and social tenets that need to drive or to anchor that oneness, he felt like opening up Africa from an infrastructure perspective, and where we can move from Cape Town to Cairo, and we can move from Ouagadougou to Mogadishu, will make us now be really one. So he was a Pan-Africanist. And then he embraced globalization. So he will talk about the political and ideological fight between the West and East. And for him, he used to say that what works for Kenya, that we can borrow from what is in the West, what's in the East, works. So he embraced globalization as well. Yes.
And we can see a host of crowd at least has pushed past the security barrier. They also want to have a chance to view the body. Given that I told you a little bit earlier on, a number of people are still locked out of the Mamboleo Stadium, given that I think they will be allowing them in intervals, given that there are many. But Millie, as you're speaking to that as well, in terms of how these leaders now are going to move forward, not only as ODM, but in the terms of representation, given that they have been mentored by the great man who's lying in state at the Mamboleo grounds. So how should they move as leaders? What should they embody at the end of the day?
You know, every time we have lost a leader, people normally speak about keeping the traditions and the ideals that that particular leader had alive. We constantly now talk about Kibaki and his great attempts to try and get the economy, turn the economy around in this country. I think that one thing that has become quite apparent with the passing on of Tinga is that he touched the political lives of so many of these leaders. Everybody has a story to tell. An amazing one was one who said he even stood on another party ticket and ODM had a candidate and Raila gave him 3.5 million contribution towards his campaign, you know, and he said that on the floor of the house. He said he had to say it.
Yes.
So they know that he had an interest in having good politicians, a good representation or representative space for the people. They know that that is what he's always tried to achieve. Even the bedeviled BBI was all about just trying to improve the things that we have in place to ensure that people have the democratic space that works for Kenya and that we are able to grow as a democracy and as a nation within the presence of the law. So I think that if these leaders would keep that alive and realize that they can continue to compete politically but still have at the core Kenya. And we must thank Raila because we struggled for years to become a nation. We were many nations within one. But he fought very hard to ensure that we had a constitution. And that constitution is a rallying document. Many people would have wondered, is it just so that he could create prime ministership or what? But now you see every Kenyan identifies with the constitution.
Yes.
And you'll find everybody saying, no, it's against the constitution. Can the constitution be respected? It is not in our constitution. Our constitution cannot be changed that easily, you know. We are all very proud and protective of that constitution. He gave us things that brought us together. Devolution, which my colleague has spoken to, and which was then made almost a taboo term to utter, he again turned that around so that now devolution is a principle that we don't want to lose. I hope that these leaders that we have will realize that as you seek leadership positions, that you must keep at the core something that brings people together and something that will be posterity blessings for this country, so that people will continue to say your name or state your name with certain good things that you have done for this country beyond the days that you'll walk on earth. Because the truth of the matter is that everything is fleeting. Even the pain we are feeling now, having lost a leader, is fleeting. After some time, it will go away. But the country remains constant until the world disappears, you know. There'll always be an earth, there'll always be a nation. It will be called, whether it's called Kenya or it's called Raila, as people have proposed, whatever it will be called going forward. We will always have a nation, there'll be people, and therefore we must remember that those people will have, if they don't have your blood, they will have your spirit.
And Churchill, and of course yesterday you even heard from the former President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta clearly stating that what Odinga fought for will be fought for by them, and they will ensure that at the end of the day it is achieved. So what are these things that Odinga was able to fight for and be attained?
I think it's about, as my colleagues have mentioned, it's about the progress of the nation. It's about a country that is united, a country that is peaceful, a country that believes in the rule of law, a country where people are believes in the human rights, you know, as rightfully mentioned, and a country where people can stand up and speak for even regimes that if regimes are doing the wrong thing, they can be able to stand up and speak against it. and regimes have to listen to the people. I think it's about championing progress, not going back into the retrogression of where we have come from, where the rule of one person was the rule of law. You know, we are going forward where the rule of the people reigns, and we are liberated enough to stand for things that are greater, you know. And I think also as has been mentioned, you know, the whole thing of just seeing a person who believed in a nation and impacted people from vast parts of the country. You know, we have had political leaders who believe that their best confidants are people who have to be from the ethnic communities, all right? That you can only trust people from your ethnic communities. But we are having scenarios here and people testifying of, you know, people who, you know, Raila has touched their lives and they're coming from as far as Mandera to coast, from western to eastern. So these are the ideals that we need to perpetuate, that irrespective of where you are coming from, you are Kenyan, and you are a Kenyan, and your tribe does not necessarily create barriers of who you can relate with. So I think, and as the former president was mentioning, I think it's about those ideals of taking Kenya forward into a much more progressive country, not just economically. And all these things that we are mentioning, sometimes we want to look at the progress of a nation in terms of its GDP. But why do we want GDPs to grow? Ultimately, it is about the people. It is about people. If there is money, but we can't see it reflecting in the lives, in the progress of people, it is useless in terms of the values, in terms of the virtues that people believe in. Then it is useless. Our societies must reflect the values that we believe in, and that should also contribute into what we will consider as progress of a country. And I think that Raila did not just see GDP, but he also saw the progress of a nation from the social development and the values that people believe, which I think should be one thing that even our leaders should really have a reflection on, in terms of what they can learn from a leader like this. You are seeing somebody who never became a president. Yes. He never held any political position. Yes. But the impact he has had on the lives of the ordinary people is something that you cannot hide from any part, from anyone. And for me this is the one thing that I personally learned, that the pinnacle of leadership is not position, but the impact that you have on the lives of people through the service that you deliver to them.
And indeed, Tom, you can see the exercise has already started. People are viewing the body of the ODM leader Raila Odinga. Maybe going back to the speeches that were made yesterday, not just Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, but the current president William Ruto clearly stated that the coming together of them two, they were rivals. At the end of the day, they decided to work together, because since Moi era till William Ruto's era currently that we are in, Odinga has been able to he has been famously known for his handshakes. So what do those signify politically and for the country's unity?
Yes, that's one aspect of Raila that we need to cherish and remember, and hope that someone will be there to carry it forward. That pragmatism. Because if you're in the political space like Raila he was a party leader and a statesman. People form parties so that they may get power. And they go for power so that they may have a chance to influence how a country is run, now from a perspective of the power of the power that they have as a party and their manifesto and constitution. So Raila was such a pragmatist that he knew that if an electoral process has taken place and he was not declared the winner, he will still want to influence now from the other end what it is that the country as a whole and the running administration will do towards fulfilling some of his beliefs. My colleague here has mentioned, and she has also mentioned some of these things. Raila believed in the holistic nature of what a country should be. So it is the social, economic, political triangle. So the social aspect of it should be moving. Things like women empowerment, he was quite a champion on that. And whereas my colleague talked of this person who Raila went and campaigned for and gave her money. A good example is in Kisumu County. Raila believes so much in women leadership, even before this issue of the county women leadership, that at some point, I remember in Kisumu West constituency, when the ODM primaries took place. Yes. And Mheshimiwa Lagalwach beat Mheshimiwa Rosa Buyu. Rosa Buyu moved to the other party, I think it was Charity Ngilu's party. Raila actually supported her there. And people wondering what's going on. This is the father of ODM. But because he really wanted to see an elected woman leader in some of these regions in the country. So pragmatism is the thing, and always being there, not for self, but to ensure that a country moves forward to the ideals that they were fighting for. And that's why he will handshake these people. And not it's not all the cases where he's the one who reached out. In fact, in most of these cases, it's the other party who reached out. But the fact that he was magnanimous enough to say, yes, we've competed politically, in some cases at very great cost to him, like during the Moi time, remember he was detained then. Post Moi, during Kibaki times, you know what happened. Kibaki reneged on what they had agreed upon. When they moved to Uhuru time, some of the issues, when they were agitating for those rights, became very violent. People were getting shot. The same even the first 1 year of President Ruto, you can those mandamanos about Sufuria. You say what? But he'll say yes. Well, that has happened. We are competing. We were pressing, but now let's talk and agree on points to move forward. Like in the current scenario, when they formed an agreement with President Ruto, they put a 10-point agenda, and you could see it's not about him. It's about some of those ideals that he has been fighting for since 80s that have not been met. And if his union or handshake with the current leadership will make even 2 of those 10 things get progress, that's called progress. Yes.
And indeed, we can see some of them even being carried by emotion. Some of them were even wanting to touch the body, but because you can't touch that particular body currently, given that it is lying in state, so the security personnel are trying to organize that. But Millie, as I let you go, given that I've kept you since 6 in the morning, maybe give us your final remarks. What would you remember who this man was?
I think that one of the things I'll remember Raila for is showing us by action rather than too much talk. I think that he walked, or he put his money where his mouth was. Take an example of inclusion in leadership. He was one of the first persons to appoint persons with disability, to nominate them into positions because of representing disabilities, and true Raila style, not the normal traditional disability that we are used to, but a disability that was really really ignored, you know, and yet the people who were living with albinism were going through a lot, including people thinking they should be sold for good body parts and for charms and things like those. And he brought such a person, gave them that platform at the national level as a nominated member. He has nominated women such as Mabona, who then subsequently went and became elected. I think this is the second time she's been elected. The first time having been nominated, and then twice elected, and currently is the minority whip, showing that I know he has nominated a number of ladies into positions. Some may not have gone on to pick political positions, but here a number of them have then gone to grow. Look at Gladys Wanga, for example, who was given a party ticket to come in as a women rep for the county, and subsequently has, with the support of the party, been able to even become governor and became chairman of the party at the county level, and now national chairman. But finally, I think that with my stint at the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal, and with my knowledge of how politics plays a very important role in the lives of Kenyans and in the development of the nation, and the lengths to which Raila Amolo Odinga went to try and ensure that he put systems in place. I would be amazed at the number of things that that political party had done when they would present before us to try and ensure that they had systems and processes in place. It is not, I cannot miss to say that the fact was they also had the national chairman then who was keen on following up on issues of systems in place. And we worked very closely with the party to try and ensure that they had a political parties dispute resolution mechanism that kind of at least worked to some level, and along with the other structures. I'm saying this because there's this tendency for people to think and people to say that ODM was Raila, and that with the Raila not being there, that ODM would go. I want to believe that those structures that he struggled for so many years to put in place will ensure that that becomes a fallacy, that people will still continue to see ODM. KANU, we were told, will live forever. And much as KANU may not have as many elected leaders today, KANU still subsists, and people still know of KANU. And I hope that ODM will be the next party that will also subsist for many more years to come beyond Raila, with structures, processes that give people the feeling that they can actually engage in democracy in a structured manner. And of course, last and foremost, putting the country first. Everything that you do, putting the country first. Many are the times that Raila, who was a believer in the rule of law, would twist the law a bit. For example, shaking hands with somebody when his party is the minority in government and now has to work with the majority in government, but doing it for the good of the country, because laws are made for the people. People are not made for the laws. So if you have to bend them sometimes in order for you to be able to bring unity when it calls, when really there's justification, Raila told us that the people are paramount, that the people come first, the nation comes first, and I hope we'll remember him for that. Thank you so much for having me today.
Okay, thank you so much, Millie, and of course, thank you for making time for us here on studio. But Churchill, I want to go to you now, given that Millie has said something that is very critical, and many people have been saying, not only the political circles, but out there in the country, people are saying that Raila was ODM, and ODM is Raila. So will ODM survive this? That is the main question.
You know, when you look at establishment of an institution, there is always.
Let's listen. I'll be coming back. Sorry. Hi Tom, uko salama?
mondo wakonyre mondo iyud thuolo mar neno ringre jaduong', mondo jomoko marito bende oyud thuolo. Omiyo bed abeda piny kanyo to koro kik ichori mbele. Bed abeda piny to mwana kacha lorna kanyo komondi mondo watiekre gi joma nie chuny pap ka. Asanteni nyinyi wananchi wapendwa kwa kuwa watulivu tena sana. Usisukumane mbele wewe. Ukiwa hapo keti chini, wacha kusukuma wewe.
Well, the people are trying to get a view of the ODM leader Raila Odinga. Now, the security is urging them to at least ensure that they come slowly so that the process can be smoother and so that everybody can have a chance to view the body of the late ODM leader Raila Odinga. That is the same avenue they use to ensure that the locals are able to view the body and see it at least. Given that this crowd is even larger than what we witnessed yesterday at the Nyayo National Stadium, even in Kasarani, people are trying to come in slowly, but the security are trying to form up two lines to ensure that at the end of the day they're able to see as many as possible before the body is flown to Bondo, Siaya County. I'll be giving you those sounds as and when we get them. But the tributes are still flowing in, especially from a notable figure, that is a former US President Barack Obama, who paid a moving tribute to the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga recently, describing him as a true champion of democracy whose courage, sacrifice and devotion to peace inspired generations across Kenya and Africa, as well as the whole world. Now, in a heartfelt message, Obama reflected on Odinga's lifelong struggle for justice and democratic governance, noting that his impact reached far beyond Kenya's borders and, of course, revered across the planet. He stated, and I quote, "Raila Odinga was a true champion of democracy, a child of independence. He endured decades of struggle and sacrifice for the broader cause of freedom and self-governance in Kenya." Now, the former US president further clearly stated that the leader shared ancestral roots with Kenya, recounted moments of a personal interaction with Odinga. Remember when he came to Kenya, when he was a sitting president of the United States, praising his selflessness and commitment to national unity. He stated, and I quote, "Time and again, I personally saw him put the interests of the country ahead of his own ambition." They're referring to the number of times he had attempted to, of course, become the president of the Republic of Kenya. 5 times. Odinga, who died in India October 15th at the age of 80, said that he was a central figure in Kenya's democratic journey, a man whose political resilience and reformist zeal shaped the country's governance for over 4 decades now. Obama noted that Odinga's political life was identified by an extraordinary ability to reconcile without surrendering his convictions. He says, and I quote, "Like to reconcile without surrendering his convictions, to choose the path of peaceful reconciliation without compromising his core values." Odinga, known to millions simply as Baba, which was widely reflected to us, the family, yesterday. Unfortunately, they clearly stated that he was not only the head of their family, a beacon of hope, even the daughter referring to him as a superhero, but they had to share the man with the whole country and the continent at large, stating that he fought for multi-party democracy during Kenya's years one-party rule and his role in promoting peace after periods of political turmoil. His efforts to bridge divides, Obama said, was very critical, and it set an example not just for Kenyans but across Africa and around the world. Now, remember that the two leaders, that is Barack Obama and Odinga, shared a cordial relationship rooted in mutual respect. Obama met Odinga on several occasions, including during his official visit, remember, to Kenya as a US president back in 2015, that was 10 years ago, and as a senator earlier on. Through his life, Raila Odinga, Obama continues to say that he set an example not just for Kenyans but across Africa and around the world. And he says, "I know I will miss him, not only as a leader but a true friend to him." And of course, he stated that his wife Michelle Obama and the family at large sent their condolences to his family and the people of Kenya through that particular statement that I've just shared with you. And remember, Barack Obama is not the only leader who has been able to send condolences to the family. As far as even from India, where Raila Odinga drew his last breath, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi was able to send out a message of condolence to the family in Kenya as a whole, and also other key political figures, including the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, and other key figures, even including his favorite club, that is Arsenal, was able to send a statement. And we wait to see, given that the English Premier League is back, we wait to see if they will do more for the former Prime Minister who has been to the Emirates Stadium on a number of occasions. Tom, he's been there. You can see the amount of leaders who are sending their tributes and eulogy to the family in terms of how he was able to work his way through not only this country but to those rooms. Not so many of us have had the opportunity to get into those rooms, but he has been able to be in there. In terms of the significance and a beacon of what it means to the world, how do you view these tributes from these world leaders?
Very befitting. You know, when the great one falls or the great one achieves even something great, people do send accolades. In this case, he has fallen. So it was just in order and good customs that people like Obama, the former president of the US, who is a Luo, actually mourn the former leader of Kenya, who is also a Luo. Yes. So that will be fitted. The president of France, India, and the rest of the world leaders. This was a man who, like I said earlier, believed in globalization, how the global moves affect us here in Kenya. So he'll connect, network at that level in an effort to still get the best out for Kenya. So that will just come nicely, and it shows for us Kenyans as a proud moment, because it shows that our leader, the departed Raila, was recognized. And that's something that we should keep up as well, even the present leadership, making those connections internationally. And the good thing about Raila was that he was not focused on one end of the geopolitics of the world. Yes. Some of the things that mistake that some leaders make in Africa is to put yourself on one side of the geopolitics. The world is complex. There are several poles, and a good one is that person who strategically knows you could be getting much more from one end, but you don't discard the other. So Raila will be in the east, he'll be in the west, he'll be in the north, he'll be in the south. And socially, just like we said, one of the other key things Raila really wanted to do was a social progression of the people. He was an added sports fan. He was the patron of Gor Mahia, the leading football club in this country. He supported Arsenal, one of the biggest clubs in the world, and he will show it. So it's not a love by just thought, just like my colleague who has just left, Milu say. It was love by action. So I love the club. I have to go to the Emirates. I have to be next where Thierry Henry has been statued. I love Gor Mahia. I'm the patron. In fact, one of the few last social events of Gor Mahia, just before Baba went to India, is he called them to Karen and donned their new kit for the year, and even gave them a 10 million shilling donation. Some of those things that one of the leaders was saying yesterday. Baba was very generous, but he was not oft to just be saying, I've given. But for this of Gor Mahia, because Gor Mahia who announced it themselves. Raila never said in any press statement that I've given 10 million to Gor Mahia. But the Gor people are so happy. They went starting tweeting all over that Baba has given us 10 million. So actions will always magnify what it is that he was thinking about. And that's very key. You don't talk, plan, think, but please execute. Because the well thought out plan, if it's not executed, means nothing. It's as good as not even having planned it. Indeed.
Yes. And Churchill, of important to note, we have seen the Cabinet Secretary of Energy, that is Opiyo Wandayi, who yesterday went to Opoda Farm, the home of Raila Odinga. That is where he made that particular statement that continues to reverberate, of course, both on and offline, and people talking about the future of the broad-based government. Where you sit?
I think as was mentioned by Job, you see, before before the former Prime Minister passed on, there was what I will call the 10 points agenda that helped from these helped from the broad-based regime. And with the departure of Raila, you still see the obligation of the president now to ensure that at least those 10 points agenda are still executed.
Yes.
Because really, as was well mentioned again by Job, is that you read through the 10 points agenda, it was about the progress of the nation and how best where we can take the country. So the heavy weight has been left on His Excellency to ensure that some of those things have been executed, because from where you sit, it is like a political will. It is like this is really what you wished to have seen if you didn't pass on. And therefore, as the person who signed with you this, it is then my responsibility to ensure that this proceeds on to the end. So there is a big opportunity there for His Excellency to ensure that those wishes come to fruition, even in the absence of the former Prime Minister. And in many ways, it's also an opportunity for him also to gain even political capital out of it, because then people will also be seeing that, you are actually you're actually trying to work on and achieve the aspirations of what the leader that we wholly dear and we wholly revere really believed in. And so if you believe in what our leader believed in, then we will believe in you. So I think that with that thinking in mind, then I don't see much happening in terms of I don't see much happening in terms of the effect into the broad-based government. But then again, I see whatever move that is likely to be done is to embolden those wishes of the former Prime Minister, and just to ensure that that stability and the various people that he represented. Because again, remember that one of the reasons why you are seeing people are crying, people are crying and weeping, is a sign of hopelessness. It's millions of people are feeling orphaned, and those who had hopes in him feel like they have been left. So it is actually incumbent still on the broad-based regime to ensure that these hopes still are not crushed, and they bank on these hopes and aspirations to ensure that the people who believed in Baba have got their hopes not crushed, and still feel that they are still part of government, they're still part of the country, and everything moves on as the former Prime Minister would have wished to.
And indeed, images you were seeing, especially at the middle of the pitch, you can see people are still seated on the stand, Job, but look at that crowd.
Yes.
Inside the stadium.
Yes. You can imagine what's outside the stadium.
Yes.
Yes.
Because you see, Job, at the end of the day, yes, the security personnel here are in for a long haul, and the people will not leave here until they view that particular body. But commenting on the same thing that Churchill was talking about, because these are some of the fears and concerns that were raised by the locals of Kisumu and CI in terms of the future of the arrangement between ODM and UDA. Where you sit, do you think it will continue?
Yes, it will continue. And just picking up from your question to Churchill, CS Opio and I spoke about it yesterday. Dr. Oburu Odinga, who's now the acting party leader, has also spoken about it. And really, it behoves on the president to keep that going, because it's very important for him to do that. This is a man you agreed on some gentleman understanding which was put in paper.
Yes.
That all the 10 points were just showing progress to us, be it socially, be it economically, politically. So he just has to go on with it. And that will be actually one of the things that will signify what he said yesterday, and even what President Uhuru said yesterday as well, that we are going to continue with what it is that Baba was doing. Then, secondly, the party now has to, after all this, I think the party will call some of its top organs very quickly, and then just affirm what is that they want to do. Remember, Baba passed on when ODM was celebrating his 20th year, and there were a lot of plans, including sometimes in November, for him to lead President Uhuru, President Ruto, Vice President Kalonzo, and all the former big people who originated from ODM in a very big jamboree in Mombasa. So that also needs to continue one way or the other, and the party now needs to organize itself and make sure that that goes on. Two things typically happens when a leader passes on. It can be an inflection point, either on the south or on the north. So it is our hope, and I believe in the structures that the ODM party has had. And I believe in the goodwill that His Excellency the President had with the broad-based arrangement. So with the President's goodwill and the structures that the ODM party had, it can only go north. It can only be well. Yes.
And indeed, Churchill, we saw the urgency, especially from the National Executive Committee of ODM, the NEC, had to sit down even before the body of the ODM leader, Raila Odinga, came into the country. Of the importance is that they needed to appoint somebody in that acting capacity. Why was that important? And secondly, is it in preparation as well, aside from taking over the Orange Democratic Movement, but you do remember an important exercise set to happen in November, especially the by-elections?
Yes, you see, and this comes to what I was beginning to mention earlier. You see, in the formation of any institution, whenever any institution is emerging, it always coalesces around personalities. Any form, be it governments, be it nations, be it churches, it always coalesces around personalities. And initially in as long as those personalities are still within the helm of those institutions, people always think that those institutions are those persons, and those persons are those institutions. And so people are right to think that, you know, with the exit of Raila, ODM will be no more, because for them, in as long as they have ever seen ODM, they've always seen Raila. So they are like to say that with the thinking. But then again, when you look at the formation of that party, there are structures. They've been able to institute structures, and those structures are the ones that sustains that political party. Remember, this is 20 years. So 20 years. The decisions that have always been being made by the party is not necessarily the persona-based, which may have driven the party in its formative years. So these structures are what forms the decision that maybe this party has been making in the recent years and will sustain it beyond.
Yes.
And this is what happens with any institution. Beyond the person who formed it, beyond the vision bearer, the exit of the vision bearer and how that is handled is very important in institutionalization of the party beyond the vision bearer. And I think that this is what the National Executive Council is really trying to do, to manage that succession, right? To manage that succession, for people to know that yes, the leader has passed on, but the party exists, the institution exists, and there are people who are able to make decisions even in the absence of the leader. And the person who then will take up this role will then be inducted into the values, into the processes of this institution, so that they can be able to take it into the next stage where the past leader was not able to take it to. So my thinking is that the urgency to have a meeting and to have somebody to take up that role was a significant step that any institution would naturally do. If the country, for example, if Raila was the president, I mean, he was a flag bearer in 2022, if he was to die in power, immediately Martha Karua would have been already declared president. It is naturally what happens when you have a hugely influential institution that people are looking up to.
Yeah.
You do not want to create a void of power. All right? People are seeing Raila not just as a politician, but as a leader who will give them direction. And so you do not want to have vacuum where there is nobody who is able to give direction to these huge masses of people. So by urgently running to have somebody to take up that role, it is giving the authority to someone who can give direction to these masses. So in my view, it was very proactive, it was very progressive and very important, not just for the party, but also for the stability of the country.
And Job, in terms of even the magnitude of the role that the Senator of Siaya, Oburu Oginga, is taking over, he even admitted yesterday at the Nyayo National Stadium, the only thing he had achieved in his life was being older than the ODM leader Raila Odinga. But when it comes to the political scenes, he was a stature that even he is struggling to fill the shoe. But he assured he's up to the task. Is he up to the task?
Time will tell. Just adding on to what Churchill was saying, ODM has very nice structures. If you go to their website and see what they have. So they have the Central Management Committee. It is of very few people who can meet even on video and agree on what to do. And then you have the National Executive, the one that met the other day. And then they have the National Governing Council, which has all the chairpersons across the counties and sub-counties. And then now you have the delegates. So ODM is a bit lucky in the sense that they had actually completed their grassroots elections. They were just waiting for the by-election. The delegates to meet and now say who's the party leader, the chairman. So they had finished. So what really prevented from moving ahead was the celebration of the 20th years. But then after that, they were supposed to do the elections. So with that structure, and then Dr. Oburu is luckier than Baba in the sense that he's getting to lead the party even on an interim basis at a time when this party has funds. You know, when Baba formed the ODM, there was no funds for parties. But some of the reforms that he did to the political landscape and democracy in this country is that a party which has people in parliament, a party which has produced a presidential candidate who has garnered sufficient votes, get funded by the taxpayers. So one of the things that used to kill some of these parties was because if me, I'm the leader, most of the times I was also the person funding the party. But now the party has good funds from we taxpayers, so there will be no issue to do with the funding because the vision bearer, Prime Minister Raila, is gone. So we will need to see how Oburu picks this, but it's going to be very tough for him in the sense that Raila was a colossus. Raila was an enigma. Raila had all this in his mind from the 80s, thinking of what it is that I want for a party. He'll talk about CCM. He'll talk about ANC. He'll talk about the Indian Congress Party. So you already knew, and the CCP, he'll talk about the Chinese one. So you had already known where this is. Dr. Oburu has just been thrust into it. But he's going to play a very significant role in the sense that he's interim. If he's going to be interested in it post-interim basis, then when the delegates of ODM will sit down, he'll put himself up for election. But at the moment he's interim, and it's important somebody must be there to chair this and to give directions of the collegiates of the Central Management Committee, the NEC, the NGC, and the delegates. But it could be daunting.
But Churchill, you see, at the end of the day, many people are even arguing what Job is clearly stating, that Odinga was literally a walking history book. He will refer to an issue and solve it at the end of the day. So in terms of the party organs, what do you think they should do to help Oburu? And the first step that Oburu is supposed to make that will ensure there is unity, there's no disunity within the party, what should be that step?
And thanks for that question. I think for now, what the political party needed is that sober voice that is able to calm the emotions of the supporters of the former Prime Minister and make them know that the future, there is a future in whichever decision that will be being made. And I think that in the stature of Oburu and his experience, his age, it gives that soberness in terms of the direction that this huge mass should follow. Because at the point when you look at the body language of the former Prime Minister, when he was even striking a deal with the president and creating the broad-based government, it was transitioning his people from the advocacy kind of politics of the streets into a more government engaging mode. And when you look at Oburu has really been into that, we need to find ways of working with government and as a party working with government and not just opposing government. So the only thing that, when I look at it from that perspective, Oburu provides a very sober voice for the political party. The only thing that might be difficult, and as you have mentioned is, and Job also mentioned it, is that Raila was Pan-African. He was a global person. He was a vision person who he knew where he, he knew really where he wanted the country to go. And when you look at Oburu is coming where, he was not yet sure. I mean, his ultimate ambition maybe was just to become a senator of CIA, and nothing beyond that. Yes. And now he's being brought into a shoe where he needs to make a decision that touches on half of the country. That was the weight of what Raila was carrying, more than half of the country. So this is why he feels that this is too big for him. And it's not just making a decision that touches more than half of the country, but also even have far-reaching implications into what other countries do. When you look at Africa, whatever Kenya did is what many other countries did. So this is why he feels the weight is too big. And the party has a role to help him to build that stature, and to make him to know that whatever word that you speak is not just an Oburu word, is not just a Senator Usia word, but it is neither not even just a word of the party, but it is a word that reflects more than half of 45 million Kenyans who believed in the aspirations of the former Prime Minister. That is what he needs to know. That every word that he comes out to speak, he is speaking for more than half of 45 million people. So that is what the current structure needs to make him to know. It is something that it will take some time, but for good institutions, they have always been able to induct. They've always been able to induct leaders. When you look at the former president, when he first came to the limelight, and after he came for presidency, there are two different people, way apart. It is part of induction that institutions take people through. So I think that for the short term, he's a better person to lead the political party, and be inducted into even how to handle himself. Beyond him, there is need for a much broader thinking on how to groom somebody who is able to not just grasp the ideals of the party, but also has got the strong will and also age-wise to be able to handle this party beyond, because again, the formation of any political party is so that they can be able to grab power.
Correct.
All right. So beyond him, there is need to have a succession plan that is able to take the people and take the party towards political power.
And what a sight to behold. This means that Kisumu County has come to a standstill. The residents of the lakeside city have filled the Mamboleo grounds. The stand, as you can see, is already filled to capacity, but on the ground, many people are still trekking into the stadium. They want to see their leader, that is the ODM leader Raila Odinga, was currently lying in state under that particular tent you're seeing in the middle of the pitch. A little while ago, even the chopper was attempting to land at this particular site. They were unable. They had to land somewhere else, probably because of the sea of people who are currently at the Mamboleo grounds. This particular exercise will continue even late in the afternoon before the body is taken to Bondo. And Job, in terms of the consideration that Raila Odinga had indicated in his will that he should be buried within 72 hours, do you think he was foreseeing this?
Yes, you know, just before that, I think a month or a few months before that, he had also made what to the Westerners would be a controversial statement about culture. Remember, Raila is three things: social, economic, political. So in the social space, he had some questions, thoughts about culture and customs. So one of the things he has stated was that Luos and general Westerners should stop moving from their father's homestead to other homesteads. And it generated a lot of debate. Yeah. So he also mentioned about what he termed as spending unnecessary amount of finance and the time on burials and dead bodies, both finance and time that could be used to the advantage of the people left behind by the dead body. So when he wrote on his will about this 72 hours thing, that's what he had in mind. We don't waste time, neither do we waste resources on sending him off, because people have been with him. So this is something that he's now trying to do so that he can help through, of course, debate and consensus, move some of these customs that the western parts of our country do. And interesting, if you go back to history, by the way, this is not how the western part of the country used to do. This was assimilated. So Baba is trying to say, let's go back to what we used to do. When somebody used to die in the western Kenya, the following day you are disposed of and it's gone. People will be ones bringing food and money to you, not you spending food and money on them. But that disappeared. So he was just trying to tell the Western people, please go back to your roots and know that this is what the amount of money that the Western nation spends on funerals, if it were harnessed into something else, there'll be Singapore. It's a lot of money. Yes, and that needs to go. Yes. But now for a person of his stature, after that had happened, there was nothing wrong if maybe day 7, people say, let's have some other celebration, just to recognize and take time to say the things that maybe they have not said now. But I love this. In fact, it's unfortunate that we moved it beyond the 72 hours by another 24 hours. But it should have been on 72 hours just to meet what he said. That will have shown a very good example. Yeah, because even on that 72 hours, Kindiki clearly stated that they are not counting that Wednesday. Yes, they will start counting it by Thursday so that it can go into the timeline of 72 hours. And that was just contingencies, but but you have done it 72 hours. Yes.
And okay, continue.
There is also, the security angle to this, because you see, this is, we are looking at emotions. You're looking at people who are psychologically tortured. And, you're looking at the implications of this in 7 days. So I mean, the shorter the time, the better, and also, just for the country to also move on. And then yes, it's a great leader. He's a hero. He's passed on, and it's the reality. And again, you need to handle it in a manner that has got minimal effects into the country's socio-economic and progress. So I think also looking at it from that, the 72-hour period was also very significant, and he will be remembered. I mean he will be remembered in many ways. The short and sweet. It makes him more remembered. We remember Jesus because he stayed for a very short time in the tomb, and he's so somehow. I'm not sure whether people will follow what Job is saying about, about the culture of 72 hours. It's a reality. There's a lot of spending. I think it's one of the most difficult cultures that have been difficult to deal with in the western part of the country, and I think it's also because of the way people relate with the dead. You know, Millie mentioned something here which is very real in the western part of the country, that it's just that this is a state function.
Yes.
If it were not, you will be seeing way crazier things here that ordinarily look like chaos, but that's just how the people of this western region mourn the dead. There is some sort of a way people in that region relate with the dead that has been so much incorporated within the culture that I think has also been a bottleneck into, you know, the issue about the time frame of how long we should mourn and things like that. So yes, but I mean the 72-hour is great. I mean after Sunday, and Friday and Monday now we have the Mashujaa Day. Tuesday we start on totally new Kenya and ask ourselves, the people who have seen Kenya, Raila as the problem for the country, is it true?
Yes, and going back to that and the culture, remember Raila also had a vision for a social movement, change and progress. This conversation came when Jaramogi died. I remember I was young, but and Raila took a stand. He said Jaramogi should be buried at the Heroes' Corner. Yes, everybody said, what's wrong with this man? That time he was a young guy as well. He had just started cutting his teeth into now the necropolis from 1980s. So people were saying, no, you can't bury Jaramogi in a foreign land. And it was a very big conversation. In fact, at that time, he was at crossroads with Oburu. Oburu said, no way. My father has to be buried at home. Yes, but I love the conversations that he started picking. Yes, I love that. Because Jaramogi himself, if you read history, had also waded into this controversy of Wamboyo Otieno and SM. Jaramogi said, no, Jaluo can be buried anywhere. Yes, and he also took a lot of stick, if you read history from the Westerners, saying that can't happen. But yes, our customs are done. Just the way they moved into what the Western part calls the customs, they can move back to where they were. Of course, with the knowledge of hindsight. Yes.
And indeed, you do know that a state funeral normally takes more than 72 hours. We witness it with Moi, we witness it with Kibaki. But Churchill and Job, let me start with you, Churchill, first. In terms of this lesson that these leaders need to learn now, in terms of the burial, you've talked about the expenses that are made. You don't know, even in the Islam culture, when you die today, we pray for you the same day and then we bury you that day. So in terms of this lesson, what should they draw, especially the leaders of this country, when their time arrives?
I think it's about the flamboyance, and as Job mentioned, you know, it's about, we need to reflect on the flamboyance. It's never about, I think it's never about the flamboyance around, you know, making the burial of a person so extravagant and putting very, very expensive things around it that gives honor. It is about how the impact that you had on people, making people to react during your time. I think for me this whole thing for me is what leaders should learn is about people. When you look at here, nobody's talking about and is interested in how much the coffin of Raila is. Nobody's interested. Nobody's interested how much was spent. But it was just, they're just interested in the honor that is given that deserves as an individual who contributed into the lives of the people. And sometimes the honor that you give people has got nothing really to do with the expenditures that you give or that you put into the burial, so, or even the time that you give into the burial. You know, the president did a very simple thing just by, you know, declaring it state and giving a proclamation and having the former prime minister lay in state in parliament and things like that. You know, little expenditures, but then it shows so much to the people. It shows so much even to politicians that, you know what, this is a person who just had impact in the progress of the country and is being given this kind of honor. So I think in my view, we need to look beyond. We need to look beyond money. We need to look beyond wealth in our acquisitions, in our quest for power. We need to look beyond wealth. We need to look beyond money and look at the impact that we have on the people and how this will bring honor in our last days.
Yes, and secondly, just following up on what Churchill is saying, I think as our leaders see this, stating on your will how you want to be interred becomes very important.
Yes.
Yes, so that the moment one passes on, there's a guide that you have left us. Even if we try to battle that guide, but at least you have left a guide. Yeah, so all of us, most of our leaders, please just amongst the many things you say in your will, please state how it is that you want to be interred. And then secondly,
what you're seeing on the screen are the cows that have been taken to Siaya.
Yes, because that's cultural.
Yes.
That's cultural. When a Boma person died,
yes,
and you go to the Boma, according to the Luo and the Western culture, you will need to go there with cows. In fact, even before, the real culture, if I read it, was you will actually drive there with all your herds. Those days when people had herds, yeah, so in your homestead you have herds, in churches you have herds. So because Baba has died, we all go with our herds. The cows go into that homestead, and then you leave a few there to also be used now to take care of the visitors, and you take back yours. That was normal. So that they're just doing what they're doing traditionally. So the second thing is that modifying what lying in state is also become very important. Yes. Lying in state should not be literally taken that you must be. Parliament can be very small for some of these people. Like just in Parliament is small for Baba.
Which was witnessed just the other day.
Yeah, so lying in state needs to be defined appropriately. Yeah, you can declare, if needs even a gazette, you can declare Kasarani a state symbol for the period of the death of one of these leaders. Yeah, so that we don't have to force everybody to go to Parliament, which can't hold anybody. Yeah, so that's another lesson that we have learned. Then the third is that even as we do a state funeral, open up a small window for the people from where the person that we are mourning from a state perspective also be able to do one or two things that are required within that time. For instance, I know the ODM people are really yearning to have gotten a space to do something in an ODM way. If you saw how this one started today, it started the way ODM functions typically start. Baba was an Anglican. So when yesterday at Nyayo Stadium, Bishop Cordia plus the Nairobi Bishop were there and leading the charge, in a typical Baba event, those will not be the people. Even Bishop Cordia will not be the one. If it's an Anglican, to be an Anglican who has been known to be an activist within the ODM party. So the people who saw praying at Mamboleo, those are the ones who will actually be leading that service and opening it. And that person who was doing the Daj, Ajiki, those are the kind of things you will see happening before the things. So some of those things, I'm happy that they allowed them to do that. And you get to the and then ODM is a very big machinery. And I'm happy that in Kisumu they have also deployed some of the ODM protocol people to assist them manage that crowd. That crowd can become very
including there at Opoda Farm, of course, where well-wishers have brought those cows.
Yes. The ODM protocol people need to be there because they have been used to holding hundreds of thousands of people without the police and controlling them well and ensuring that the dignitaries come in and they do their thing, they even eat and go. So please incorporate them. Even formally, you can even accredit them. Now I'm talking to the national people. You can even accredit them officially that ODM protocol, please give us these 400 people. We know their names, we know where they come from, and assign them some role. Just as we assign the NYS and the police and the army some roles. It can make some of this easier to handle than just let it with the security agencies. It becomes very difficult. Yeah.
Which we witnessed even in Parliament. They had to bring out some of those leaders to address the people who had congregated outside the gates of Parliament, awaiting to see the body of Odinga as and when it arrived into the country. Where we're seeing viewers on your screen is Opoda Farm, the home of Raila Amolo Odinga. This exercise of bringing cows, which is a cultural practice within the Luo community, started yesterday. We witnessed even a number of them bringing, including leaders as well as residents from that particular area, and expect that particular farm to be filled by cows, Churchill.
Oh yes, indeed, and even from other communities. You will expect way more from the neighboring communities like the Luya, the Kisis and the Kalenjins. They share a lot of this because it's a sign of honor. It's a sign of the way they want to. It's not just support, but it's a way of honoring the dead. So you expect a lot of this individually, community-wise, and even social groups that maybe some of the family members belong to. So this is something that is pretty common within those regions. In fact. And as also Job mentioned initially, that culturally they always go there as it's never something that is just taken casually. You find them running with it, with these with the leaves, and they are moving because to the homestead with the cows and the leaves, and as a group because they are going with singing digest. So it's a ceremony in itself. So yeah, it's very symbolic to the people in this region in the entire Western Kenya. So it's something that you expect many more cows, and all those cows will be slaughtered.
Indeed, it is a celebration because in that particular community, of course, even the neighboring community of the Western people, death is not the end. It's a celebration of a new life and a new venture. And of course, the large crowd continues to increase by the number. You can see, at least a while ago, we were able to see the grass of this stadium. But right now, we are unable even to see the grass of this stadium because the numbers continues to surge. Even the people on the stand are unable to join the long queue that is there. That's why even the security forces have been forced to create 2 more lines so that the people can be able to view the body. Of course, additional security personnel have been deployed to that particular area so as to contain and ensure the process goes on smoothly. And I'm sure the leaders even in that particular area, including the governor of Kisumu County, that is Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, and the neighboring Homa Bay County, Gladys Wanga, as well as Busia Governor Paul Otuoma, will be urging and calling on the people for calm so that they do not disrespect the guard of honor that has been set up by the military, especially around the coffin of the late Premier, that is Raila Amolo Odinga. Also keeping an eye on various other scenes, especially from Opoda Farm. You witnessed a while ago that family members are receiving cows in honor of respect for the family and the fallen Premier, that is Raila Amolo Odinga. You can see even the crowds are being hastened so that a number of them can be able to see. Others, even Job, you can see others were celebrating. They do not even want to form the queue. They just want to be around where the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga is. In terms of how he pulls crowd, yesterday you even heard from the Reverend all the way from Bondo, clearly stating that, posing a question to the politicians, did Raila rose up from the dead, paid people to come and watch him, and then went back to sleep?
Yes, he didn't. He is the mystic Wanagwambo. That's what it means. When your idea or your vision is aspirational to people, they'll come. It becomes very easy to pull them. And now they help you achieve that idea. So you are just a vision bearer, but the people who will execute this idea are the people who believe in the vision. And Raila Baba was one such people. His ideas were pro-people. So people will own it and do this. Like I was just telling you, for instance, the ODM protocol network. These people will be there to ensure that Baba and his team are safe. Yeah, from Kerio Valley to Kwale. And they'll move. The core will move, and there are people who are down there because they believed in it, and they were not paid anything. Yeah, it was just that this is my contribution for this change that Baba is envisioning. Yeah, the politics of using money to pull people is there because most of the times our leadership do not have anything positive that will pull in somebody. So somebody says, for me to stop going and doing my hustle, give me 200 bob. Yeah, because I'll rather spend that day doing my hustle. So if you want me to come and listen to you, pay. And that's why that happens. But for Baba, people will go there a day before. They are ready to actually sacrifice that hustle, because they know that what he's talking about is aspirational. And that's something that I love the way the bishop challenged people. Let your leadership spew aspiration, and let that aspiration be the pull that ignites amongst all of us. Yeah, and it could be different form of aspirations, but in the collective, it should make us believe in what it is that you want to do, and therefore we play our part as citizens. Yeah, so that this change or aspiration gets achieved. Yes.
But Churchill, you see, for any other crowd, for you to pull any other crowd, what we have witnessed even during campaigns or any other special gatherings, there must be tokenism at the end of the day. But not only in Kisumu, Siaya, many parts of the country even decided to close down their shops at the end of the day so that they can have a view of whatever is happening on the screen, as well as if they had the opportunity to view the body. So do you think the culture of tokenism will end?
Well, I think, and it still comes to what has been mentioned by Job about the model of leadership that any person wants to take. Somebody once said that if you go to a lady and you entice a lady with money, you'll have to always show him money to keep her around. But if you go to her that you want to marry her without nothing, she will focus on the marriage and not the money. That's the same thing sometimes with leadership.
Yes.
That it all depends on how you endear yourself to the people.
Yeah.
All right? How you endear yourself to the people. If you endear yourself to the people that, you know what, you are the person who has the money, and come, I will buy you, and so that you believe in where I'm going because of the money I have, we will come because of that money. But then if you are able to endear yourself in terms of what Job has said about the future, about the aspiration, about where we want to go, about our betterment, and we believe in this future that you're trying to envision for us, we will do everything possible to ensure that we take part and parcel, we become part and parcel in the achievement of this vision.
Yes.
Look at what President Obama did. President Obama made people believe that yes, we can.
Yeah, they can.
And you know, by supporting this, you're supporting the aspiration of the black emancipation,
Yes.
of what Martin Luther King started. And people believed that, and people supported it with even as low as $1. That is what leadership is. It's about making people see that, you know what, we as a people are here, but we can be greater than being here. There's something we can do beyond ourselves. And you make us believe that this is possible. And you make us believe that there is something that we can do to make this work. People grasp it. And when people grasp it, they'll contribute their money to make it work.
Correct. And even before political parties started having even money for mobilization, you'll find rival groupings from RAILA'S grouping then will spend so much. Yeah, just to even get vehicles, assuming you want to do a rally, to get vehicles to do a rally. Hiring vehicles at 15,000, I don't know what, 5,000. For Raila, you'll find Churchill just say, I'm giving my Prado, I'm giving my Pro Box. And the rally just happens. So it used to be very easy for him to mobilize because Churchill, me, you will believe in it, what he wants to do. So whatever I have, and I'm not coerced, whatever I have, I bring to the table. And as a collective, it becomes something very massive. So a campaign should take 10 billion, ends up costing 10 billion, but it's not 10 billion money. It's 10 billion in what I've donated, what you have donated, just like the Obama case. $1, $2 drove the Obama campaign because he told people that you can. This is my vision for a united America, America which is not blue or red, an America which is still the leader of the world. Oh, this man is talking. This is what our forefathers said. Yes. Let's give our small dollar, and it moves on. And that's what we need to do even in these countries, those who are actually in leadership. They need to show leadership, not management. A leader, you come with a vision, a direction, and then you let us buy into it, and we help you propel it. Most of these people are managers. Yeah, they give everything and they do it, and that is difficult. Yeah, you get tired. Yeah.
And indeed, continue sending in your messages, and I can see some of you even commenting on our YouTube page in terms of paying your last respect to the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga. A number of you, of course, saying we are condoling with the family. Others are clearly stating that Safiri Salama, Baba tutaonana baadaye. And as the numbers continue to grow inside the stadium as well, continue sending in your feedbacks. We'll be reading them as the show progresses on. I can see Duncan Rono clearly stating, rest in peace, Baba. And of course, Vincent Zablon clearly stating that a king has rested. And of course, he has reminded me something, Churchill. Yesterday, Winnie Odinga made a remark that, of course, resonated across the country, clearly stating that the king has died, but the crown will remain on.
Yes.
So in terms of symbolism, what did that mean?
The crown remains because the kings never die. I mean, the crowns of kingship will always fall into the next, and that next will champion it into where it wants. This is common with history. It's common with both biblical and Quran stories of leaders who once championed causes and were not able to reach where that cause was able to, and leaders emerged that were able to take it to where it was meant to be. So kings die, the crowns will always live, and there will be somebody who will rise up in the formation of this is the hope that maybe the supporters of Raila across the country should be able to have, that in the formation of countries, there is a time when revolutionaries and leaders who were perceived to become the people who were to take, the people to where they aspired to pass us on, and the people feel like their hopes has been crushed and despair is the day. Then is when leaders emerge that takes that vision to where it was intended. So this, in my view, is going to be the beginning of the rebirth of the achievement of Raila's vision. And time will tell that whatever has happened will signify the beginning and the rebirth of the achievement of Raila's vision. And that is the crown that Willie was talking about. That crown is one that is living and it still exists, and the time when it will be achieved will come.
And Job, before I give you an opportunity, let's head over to Opoda Farm. Alan Oko is joining us. Alan, good morning. If you can hear me, kindly tell us what is happening at Opoda Farm. Especially, you can see many people turning in large numbers to sign the condolence book, as well as many bulls are being offered and cows to come to Opoda Farm to pay tribute to the fallen ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga. Over to you, Alan.
Greetings to you here at Opoda Farm in Siaya County, Bondo, of the former Mr. Raila Odinga. Here there's a beehive of activities. Since we came here at around 7:30, we did see a lot of such as the of the premises, setting up of tents and facilities that are supposed to cater for some guests. This layout of this Opoda Farm is set in two sections, where there is the actual home compound and then there is a secondary compound outside the main compound. Now, the primary compound is a bit small and guests are not able to, all of them, access this area, and therefore that is why this morning when we came to this place there was controlled access where only accredited people, because there is at the gate, and if you are not the press, if you are not the VIPs, if you are not someone who is supposed to be in here, you cannot access. It is just too small to accommodate everyone, and therefore the organizers of this place have decided to also pitch literally outside the compound just to accommodate several other people outside, and also put facilities for catering facilities as well outside to cater for the mourners who are coming to this place. We also did see some of the dignitaries who came in through this compound just to sign the condolence book behind me. If you look right behind me, you will see that we do have some book signing going on. We've seen some politicians signing the condolence book. We have seen the Deputy Chief of Staff, Eliud Owalo, signing the condolence book. We have seen some members of parliament. We've seen Dr. James Nyikal. We have seen Dr. Otiende Omolo coming in and also signing the condolence book as people continue trickling in. There is the family of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. We do have some sections in this particular compound facilities, the VIPs here, but remember the access is still very controlled, very controlled, and therefore people cannot just access this point. Maybe I need someone just to give us their piece, just talk to us about this event and tell us more about what is happening through from where they sit. Welcome, maybe tell us your name and today you this morning.
My name is Rodan Lingen. I traveled yesterday from Bomet, and despite the fact that I had been in Nairobi, one of the directors of ODM. And what happened to Raila struck me when I was at home. So I was totally defeated to drive to Nairobi. But yesterday I decided. But actually, in my heart, I would like to tell Kenyans, the struggle right in the country cannot be compared with anybody in this country. Number one, is struggle for Maldives. Two, is struggle for the new constitution. Even you guys, freedom of media. So you have freedom of media because of Raila. Despite the fact that recently there was something which was signed, I do hope it was not so well. Had been with me since 1990. We came to Fort NDP, LDP, NAC, DM. So we are just praying for Raila because Raila had struggled for this country. And my last word is that the president of this country, but now it's not so well that he has left us. But the struggle must continue.
Indeed, thank you very much for your sentiments. Just for the benefit of our viewers and yourself, we have seen the governor of Siaya County, James Orengo, has just arrived at the venue. He's being received with the various dignitaries at this point. The screen, what you're seeing in your screen here is James Orengo, Siaya County Governor, who has just arrived as we are mid-interview here, and it seems he is going to he's going to come here just to see how the preparations are as the county governor. Nothing is in order to give the guests that are coming here at Opoda Farm, as he looks to see that the planning goes according to how it was scheduled. As we look, came all the way yesterday from Nairobi, and now switching, since the program is switching to this side of the world, making sure that everything is smooth. Issues of overcrowding, especially remember the former Prime Minister did come from this particular county, and a lot of people really want to come and pay their respects. Yes, the governor of just walking into the premises, going to the VIP section, which has been put up to very important here. He is probably also going to go and say hello to them and just make sure that things are in order as he prepares the ground for what is to come. And the day here, we are just going to continue giving you these pictures. Miss a thing as the dignitaries continue trickling in here at Opoda Farm. In fact, as we continue looking at these pictures, perhaps you can also get some sentiments, more sentiments, and probably understand the cultural importance of an event. Visitors who have come into this place who are not from here are really amazed with the kind of culture that goes on here, the way twigs and all that cultural significance. And of course, here I'm not alone. Let me bring in our senior editor here at KBC just to see in here what he can tell us about the importance of today and how we go forward.
It's quite an event, and what is basically happening from what we can see is that there are a lot of that are coming to Opoda Farm, and a lot of these delegations, most of them are drawn from the region. From the region, they brought some animals, majorly and chicken as well. Earlier, they gave a press briefing and they said that it is of huge significance the relationship between the Odingas, the relationship between the Luo community and the Luya community has been a very good one. Referenced for giving Mashemeji Derby as an example is engaging even pre-independence. So we also saw animals, some bulls from the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Also came with a number of bulls, but the highlight of today will perhaps be the bulls from parts of the Rift Valley. We speak to our colleague from the KNA, Kenya News Agency. He did tell us that they were spotted somewhere in Sondu, so perhaps in a couple of bulls will be here. I hear that the number is 80. So the significance of this is that during such moments in Luo culture, animals are significant. They're part and parcel of this celebration. It is not just mourning, but it is celebrating the life of someone like Raila Odinga, someone who has grown and also has been emulated across the region. And we also spoke to some of the officials from the county government in reference to the traditions that will follow once the body of the late former Prime Minister arrives here. According to the at least what I'm told is that someone as old as Raila Odinga, he's expected to be brought home just before yeah. That's probably at around 5:30 p.m., just when it's about to get dark. At his age and the experience that he has, to bring him home at that time. And what we're told that it is something that cuts across, and most of the western region, the Luo and the Luya as well. And there's a lot of celebrations in terms of the carrying of things like spears. For someone who is not used to this culture, they might perhaps confuse it for something else. That you see someone is charging at you with a spear. No, they're not going to attack you. It is a Luo culture. It's a celebration of the life and times of the departed, and we have seen that ever since we came to Bondo and even parts of Siaya. So there's going to be more of that going forward, and once probably the community or the host community get the opportunity to view, because that's the tradition. They have to view their they can open it up to the rest of the country. So there will be a vigil tonight, and after the vigil, tomorrow we will leave Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, and thereafter be taken to Kango Kajaramogi. We did speak to Raila's brother, Senator Oburu Odinga, and he said that the desire was to bury him, father and mother. And a little bit later, we'll be showing them the preparations at Kango Kajaramogi. The private conversation that he was having with the family members and the extended family, he did warn them that what we saw in 1995 Jaramogi Oginga could probably be little compared to the magnitude at hand. He said that during that burial, the fence was flattened by the mammoth crowd that attended that burial. And he told them to be ready to welcome the huge number of mourners who will descend on Nyamira Kango or Kango Jaramogi when rest on.
And that is very interesting stuff, and I'm to ask, maybe for some of our viewers who are not aware, how are these 80 bulls supposed to arrive here? Are they on a truck, or are they being chased, or how are they being transported here from?
Traditionally, you put them on a truck because there's a huge significance in driving the bulls on the road, and traditionally that's how it's happened. If you look at the Kalenjin community and the Luo community, they are neighbors in areas like Son, Kipkeli East, Kipkeli on West, actually, and these traditions normally borrow from one another. So the bulls are being strong young men who have been given that responsibility. Of course, the elders will not walk all the way, but we await to see the spectacle. 80 is not a small number. 80 is a really huge number of bulls. And most of the time, I don't know whether this will also be the case, but the tradition is that you run with the bulls inside the compound. I don't know whether they will allow that to happen, but there's a lot of order because this is not just a wedding. It's not a traditional wedding or a traditional burial, but this is being run by the will be different. But I'm assuming that in the next couple of hours we'll have a true picture of what the situation will be when the bulls.
And just for the benefit of our viewers, VIPs continue to arrive here, and we are seeing members of Parliament still continue is arriving, but we continue to be here just to show you the pictures of what's happening. It's a very tight, controlled access kind of situation going on here, and we are seeing a lot of protocols. We'll continue to conversate here a little bit. What do we expect in terms of security measures? How are they going to? Because they are fearing things that might have happened in Nairobi. They want the same here.
I'm looking at things differently because planned. This is Kasarani was an impromptu. You've seen the images from Kisumu. There was planned on that, and drawing from our culture, the Luo culture, it will be manageable. I know the numbers will be very huge, but look at this. There's a huge number of mourners who are not from the region. They'll be running around like the locals. I doubt whether the locals will really outnumber the visitors at the region. So it will be a typical Luo burial ceremony, one that is factor. But like you said, a number of ODM luminaries are here. The governor walked in, and there are a number of MPs from senior ranking members of parliament from ODM. Milio Diambo is also here as well. I've seen Oku Kaunya and Opondo Kalov also here. Perhaps there's a meeting, I believe, of the members of parliament of ODM, because they are trickling in. Okech was the first to arrive. He, in fact, arrived with some bulls and with the Luo regalia. So I think that is in keeping with the tradition of Luo Mario ceremony.
Indeed, you've also covered Parliament for many years. Staff here are they the sergeant at arms, or I've never seen this before in such an event. Maybe you can tell us, what does this mean? Is it moving its here, or members of Parliament itself? What's happening?
The late former Prime Minister was a ranking member, and according to the tradition in Parliament, when a former member passes on, there are some respects. Like I can tell you right now, in a photo, there is a portrait of Raila Odinga in Parliament, I can assure you, and also there is a condolence book there. So the presence here is of huge significance because of the practice that is that is part and parcel of the life. Probably because he was the former Prime Minister, and the presence of the Sergeant at Arms and the parliamentary staff here probably goes to show the relationship that Parliament is inculcating between the institution and members who have been.
Indeed. Thank you very much for your insights, our senior editor, Edward Kabasa at KBC Channel 1. Right now, we're also hearing that ODN members also want to speak to us and want to give a press statement. But as we prepare for that, around me, our industry colleagues are still preparing and prepping for that situation. Let us talk to a few members of the public, a few members of the community, why they are here and what else they can tell us about and remember about the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Karibu, labda utuambie majina yako na umekuleta hapa na pia utuelezee hii kimila inamaanisha nini?
Okay, Omolo Okumbe, mkazi wa I'm here to pay my tribute and Mono Baba. Many of us know Baba from the political and national arena, but for us, we know him as elder, as someone who helped shape our culture. Like now, you see the burial is after 3 days. There are several Baba has shaped in our culture, and I've come here not just as a community leader, but also as to remind. We can't forget where we come from. This our culture is what drives us as Luos, and we
Maybe you can tell us about the things you are having with you here. What do each of these mean?
Okay. Each of these mean, and like Baba passes on, we need to send off the spirit of death by eulogizing him in a special, like the Baba. So this one is actually a sign of leadership and for a warrior, and this with the spear, and this one now that leads to the spirits now. Juogi.
Yes. And I see your helmet is made of. What do they mean?
Okay, the horn is a sign of leadership and war and might, Joey, and the same one is just for interacting with our culture and the firing of the spirit of death. Yeah.
And what is this? What are you allowed to put in the horn there?
Oh, my special concoction.
Concoctions. Thank you very much for speaking to us. As we talk to our viewers, we want to continue showing them the pictures of what is happening. Beehive of around us, we have industry colleagues, we have VIPs, and things are very fluid. And if you look keenly behind me, we still have the governor of Siaya, who is making sure that things are going on well, making sure that everything is okay and that there is no issue. Indeed, those are live pictures coming to you, and we do have a press briefing fluid just to get you these pictures live.
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen of the media. We continue to be in mourning for our departed leader, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. So far for the day, this third day, the progress is positive in the sense that the mortal remains of the beloved leader landed in Kisumu and is currently being viewed at Mamboleo. The 2 days, particularly the 2 days of yesterday and today, yesterday ended up well, and today we really entreat members of the public and the community in general to maintain peace during this period. I know that shortly the mortal remains are going to be brought to Bondo, the final resting place. When it arrives, it will be here in the home, not for viewing, it will be for family and other close relatives. Otherwise, there's a place which has been set aside just across, where members of the public and the community in Bondo and Siaya will be able to view the body of our departed leader, Raila Amolo Odinga. I continue to say that this has hit us hard, and God has many ways of giving us blessings. Okay. Thank you. Let the questions come a bit later.
Indeed, that one has been the governor of Siaya just giving the press just an overview of what is to happen here and what has been happening as well, just giving a layout of what we expect. He did tell us that the body of the former Prime Minister will arrive here at Opoda Farm, but it will be a private, it will not be for everyone to come and see the body. It will be a private, it will to only the family. Only the family will be coming to view the body. And actually, for the members of the public, there is a special place that has been cordoned off for them to view the body of former Prime Minister. So therefore, I told you earlier, this is a very restricted area, and only VIPs are here, as you can see on your screen. Only members of the public are not allowed here, and they are not, because one of the biggest reasons is that this compound is not large enough of people. As you see from your screens, that gate there, beyond that is a sea of humanity that cannot really be contained within this compound, and therefore the security agencies here insist that only accredited people are allowed in here, including the media and VIPs who are coming, and also sign the condolence book that is here in a ceremonial tent here with the portrait of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. This secured area, a tightly secured event, and it is very hard for a member of public just to come in without the proper permission. That's why the members of the public are cordoned off in the other side of the compound. Here on your screen you can see, and that security agencies here are making sure that things go. Siaya Governor has told us that everything is going on well and that things are going in order. And if you hear, remember, this is a cultural event as well, and there will be a lot of shouting, a lot of cheers, a lot of drum beating and wailing that is going on. Therefore, that is a cultural thing in the Luo culture, and we do expect that to continue throughout the day as we continue to give you this live cover. That has been a seamless live patch to you, just to give you what's happening here at Opoda Farm. The noise is quite high. I don't know if I can even be audible. And I see Miss Eluido Halo is here with us. Maybe you can tell us something. How are you feeling, and what can you tell us about what you see here today?
Well, it is a sad moment, especially for somebody like me, who has gone through RAILA'S hands. You know, I'm a graduate of the RAILA School of Leadership. If it was not for RAILA, I would not have gotten into the public space. You remember in 2013, I was heading his presidential campaign. So we have a long way with him. I've lost a guardian, I've lost a mentor, and I've lost somebody who was an advisor to me, depending on unfolding events from time to time. So it's a very sad day for me.
Perhaps maybe from where you sit, what can you tell Kenyans about the love for the former Prime Minister, and how should Kenyans now follow on?
What we need to do is emulate the virtues which Raila stood for. He fought for the democratic space. He's somebody who was an advocate of human rights, integrity, but he loathed corruption. So perhaps what we need to do in his absence is to emulate the virtues and the values which he stood for.
Indeed. Before I let you go, maybe talk to us about these preparations and how you see it going. I mean, in Nairobi, there was a lot of love for the former Prime Minister, and here we've seen a very nice order in Kisumu as well. How do you feel the Bondo people, the Siaya people will receive the body of the late Prime Minister?
It will be a difficult moment because they are actually receiving him for the last time and on the verge of also seeing him off. But I would really... I'll calmly give Raila a befitting burial, a burial befitting of somebody of his stature. Yeah.
Thank you very much for continue to tell our viewers what is happening here. Maybe do you have anything else you can inform our viewers to understand, because this is something many of them have not seen, and wow, it's supposed to happen. I think the culture is like a culture shock, literally. What do you think?
The Luo culture is there, but you need to understand that there can only be one Raila Odinga. You cannot have another one. So you expect the Kenyans as a extraordinary. Yeah.
To ask you this final question.
Indeed, we continue to speak to, and we await him to give us a few answers.
Of course, I'll never fill Raila's shoes. I'm a pro, but I'll try as possible to go in his footsteps, do what he was doing. We have worked with him very closely from the time I was but also my history with Gor Mahia spans over 2 decades. Yeah, I became a Gor Mahia fan when I was still a student in 81, and I followed Gor Mahia closely since then. But that said and done, we really want to grow that club success in Africa, and I think we'll make Raila proud if we achieve that feat. Yeah.
Indeed, thank you very much. And yes, that was the Deputy Chief of Staff, Eluido Halo, just talking to us, talking to the press, and giving his sentiments of his attachment with the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. We continue to pitch tent here as things are very fluid, as our viewers have seen in the past several minutes. Catapulted single interviews to press briefing and of us because the situation is fluid, and therefore we continue to see a lot of movement as we await the body of the former Prime Minister to arrive here. Now our viewers have also learnt about the cultural significance of what is going on, and we await to see what else is coming as we continue showing you these live pictures here at KBC Channel 1 in the only way we know how. Yes, those are some of the VIPs that are coming in, but for now, that is what we have for you as we continue to pitch tent here at Opoda Farm at former Prime Minister Raila Odinga's home here in Bondo, Siaya County. Back to you.
Naoko, who is bringing us up to speed from Opoda Farm, of course, will be coming back to you, Alan, given that the beehive of activities that are currently ongoing there at Opoda Farm is very critical, given that as and when this particular public viewing of the former Premier Raila Odinga concludes at the Mamboleo grounds, it will be airlifted to Bondo, where it will be the final resting place for the former Premier. Of course, we have heard from the Siaya governor, the host governor of the Odinga family, clearly stating the procedures that will be followed, asking for the privacy of the family as and when the body arrives at Opoda Farm. The family will be allowed, of course, to view the body again, so that they can pay their final respect. They've asked members of the public as well as members of the Fourth Estate to give them the privacy as and when the body arrives at their home. Of course, you do remember the Luo culture. The doors of Opoda Farm, especially to the house, were opened by the head of the family, that is Oburu Oginga, who went to, of course, communicate to the elders, signifying the start of the mourning period for the Luo community, that indeed their leader is no more. Of course, the exercise continues in a hastily process there at Mamboleo grounds. You can see the security forces have created 2 barriers for the people to see the body of the ODM leader, that is Raila Odinga. And they will ensure that at least everybody gets a chance to view the body. Also, we've heard from the Deputy Chief of Staff, who was also the former ICT CS, Elido Walo, just eulogizing and paying his tribute to the ODM leader Raila Odinga. But the main question, let me start with you, Job, is drawing a fine line between the cultures of the Luo community and what is expected of a state funeral.
Yes, and it's important that both get incorporated, but within the dictates of what Baba himself wanted, based on his will. Despite the fact that Raila was a Pan-African, he is a global leader, he was also a Luo leader. Yes, and he's a Mzee. He died at 80. Yeah, so there are some of those things that need to happen when you are a Mzee. He has a boma. Like typically in a normal Luo or even Western environment, you can't close the home for mourners. But now, because of security issues, they may be forced to do something to filter. But typically, anybody can come and mourn you when you die. Balancing that becomes very important. Even balancing the political aspect of it. Like you can see now, the ODM protocol is really active here. Yeah, that's why that's happening well, because they know all these people. They know the one who will come with 50 youths accompanying him. They know the one who will want to come and jump on the coffin. So they know each other, and they can help do that order. So yes, a fusion of all this. The tradition, state, and the party becomes key, and so far it's working well. Yes, so far it's working.
Indeed, Churchill, you can comment on the same, of course, drawing a fine line between what the community wants to go the cultural way, and of course a state funeral that was accorded by President William Ruto. But of important to note, our very own Edward Kabasa has told us that you might decide to try and control the crowd at Opoda Farm. We have seen the gates being locked, and they're only allowing members of the Fourth Estate as well as other dignitaries who are flocking there. Do you think they will be able to sustain that gate to remain locked at the end of the day?
Well, I think it's about looking at the security arrangements and seeing where do you where do you begin creating the blockade? If you create the blockade just immediately after the gate and allow people to come closer, you'll not be able to. You can't sustain it. But when you begin to sieve people as far as possible and create a little bit of a bigger circumference before the gate, then it might be easy to. It might be easy to manage. You can actually even see here. Initially, there was no crowd within. As you mentioned, there was grass.
Yes, we were seeing the pitch itself.
Exactly, but just the fact that we already allowed people around, they had to push the. They pushed the barrier and were able to get in. So I think they need to think through the circumference of within which they are creating the barrier, or within which they can be able to allow people to access. The longer the better, so that then you have enough distance to create to have control over before even the gate or before the fence. Otherwise, if that is not done, then people will want to find their ways over the fence into the homestead, and the homestead is small. It might end up into fatalities because of stampedes and things like that. Because naturally, and as we mentioned, the people of this region have got them seeing the someone who is one of their own who has passed on is something that they really value, and so they would want to do anything to ensure that happens. So I think it might be important for them to create a good safe distance that has got a better buffer zone, longer buffer zone, where they can have control and people cannot be able to access before even they get to the goat. So and I'm sure that our security operators have got that capacity, and especially if they are working in collaboration, as Job has well mentioned, in collaboration with the party structures, and in collaboration also with the security agencies, the party structures, and even the family, that is very possible. You can look at this also with the way in which many of the ODM political rallies have always been organized. They create buffer zones from one end, from one stage to another, to an extent that within the area where the main leaders were, nobody can be able to reach there. So these are things that the protocol team of the party has been well versed with. They'll be able to know how to manage their people if they work together with, of course, the experience of our security operators.
You have even seen the DIG himself, that is Masengeli, who has stepped in even in front of the coffin just to hasten people, because you see that crowd that has converged there. It's a large crowd to try and control, because they were aiming at least by 3 p.m. They will be flying this body out of Kisumu and all the way to Bondo. But as things stand, Job, will that be achievable?
Difficult because whereas everybody knows that the body is going to go to Bondo, you may find that some people have already come from Bondo and they are here. Yes, people have come from Busia. You saw Governor Otuma saying him and his entourage are here. People have come from everywhere. So it's a very large crowd. But if people know, put contingency plans, and they act on them, and then in such a situation, of course, you have a plan B, a plan C, then they'll manage. But that body will have to be viewed by as many as those people before actually they lift it from there. Yes, so the committee had promised that they'll ensure that everybody who's there gets a view. And I like the fact that they're pushing people to move, to run. Yeah, you don't just walk there, want to take a selfie. It's you just
because they're not allowed to take even a photo.
Yes, you just move fast and you go. But it shows the love that people had for Baba. And yes, let them give him their last respect and see him. Let them get that closure of knowing that, yes, Baba has indeed passed on, and you mourn, and that's one way of people mourning. So if we manage Nyayo yesterday, this is several times bigger than Nyayo, you can see. Probably it will be later than 3 p.m. I know they talked of 3, but it's, at this rate it may be probably just around the time that a body should be at home. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock of a big man. Yeah.
But indeed, even the governor, Churchill, we were listening to, as he was urging members of the public, as and when the body arrives at the Opoda Farm, they should allow it first to go into the house so that the family can be able to see it. But the governor assured that across there will be another venue that will be set up for people to be viewing the body. So the same people who are here, not just from where those areas our good friend Job has been able to say, they will be flocking there.
Yes.
So in terms of also controlling there, that's why we were hearing the governor calling for peace. Is that essential?
Yeah, it's very important. It's very important because it's about dignity. It's about allowing the people who, you know, the people who the program has given an opportunity to eulogize the leader, to really eulogize him. And remember that, yes, you who is present, you are privileged and present to be around the homestead. And yes, you might want to grieve and express your emotions in many ways, which is fine. But then again, there are many other people who are also watching this, who also want to see who is this man who is being celebrated like this. And some of these things are going to come out from the mouths of the few people who are going to have the opportunity to speak during the funeral service. So it's about creating an opportunity for these people who do not, you know, these people who are way far to hear what other people who are present there are speaking about the great leader. So I think, and also practically, it's also not possible for everybody to be around the funeral service of such a person. So I think what the county and the national government has done of creating a place where people can watch even the live proceedings is pretty good. I mean, and I think this has been done across the country. They can be able to watch the live proceedings so that they can use that to sort of what I would call decentralize. You know, you don't have to be there. Sometimes you can be there and, you know, you can't see what is happening. Someone who is as far as Mombasa or somewhere as far as Mandera is actually seeing more of what is happening on stage than you. So I think that somehow will be very helpful in terms of just making people to see what is happening and seeing, you know, what other people are saying during the funeral proceedings. The more those screens maybe are, the more they are, the better. And again, the farthest they are, also the better, as I mentioned, because it creates the buffer zone for security purposes, just in case there are people who might want to break the barriers and want to get into zones that they should not get into.
Because there was that fear, Job, as and when that particular body arrives at Opoda Farm, we were shown the stretch to where the homestead is, because we were seeing it. It's not rather a big estate when it comes to the homestead, but the area where the Opoda Farm is, it's larger.
Yes.
But the homestead, it's not that expansive. Let's go to, let's hear some of the proceedings in Mamboleo first.
Na mila na utamaduni wetu.
Yote ribori na maanishaje na ina umuhimu upi?
Ile tu sasa kusema kwamba ile spirit ya mzee iweze kupumzika kwa amani. Mwenyezi Mungu sasa ampe raha ya milele na mpumzishe. So ni ile tu kuachilia spirit yake, tunakubali kwamba baba ulikuwa umetuchunga sana. Ile maadili yako ndio itabaki na sisi. Lakini hatutaki kukushikilia ili tukufungie njia yoyote. Tunawachilia spirit yako uweze kuenda kupatana kule na wakina Jaramogi Odinga, wakina Kenyatta, wakina Nkuruma, vile uliweza kusikia. So hiyo ndio maana ya sisi kuja hapa leo.
Najua mmezungumza mengi kuhusiana na Raila Odinga, lakini wewe binafsi unamkumbukaje kwa dakika?
Mimi Raila namkumbuka sana, ndio baba yetu wa kisiasa. Sisi wengine kutoka tukuzwe hatujajua baba mwingine wa siasa. Kutoka tukiwa katika vyuo vikuu, ule mwenye siasa ambaye mzee wetu ambaye sisi tumejua tu ni mzee Raila Amolo Odinga, baba yetu, ambaye ndiye ameweza kutufunza kisiasa, na maadili yake kubwa ilikuwa kwamba ni maisha bora kwa Kenya, maisha bora kwa kila Mkenya, haki ya binadamu, demokrasia. So hizo ndio kumbukumbu sisi tunasema baba ametuachia katika damu yetu iweze kutembea, na tutaitembeza hivyo. So sisi tunasema tu wafuasi wote ambao walikuwa wanamwamini baba alitaka Kenya iwe Kenya moja. So hapa kwa matanga ya baba tukaribishe kila mtu na tukuwe na amani, tukaribishe kila mtu. Baada ya hii ametuacha tutakini tuone kwamba tunaelekea vipi pale baba ametuacha hapa.
Gavana, labda tueleze umuhimu ni kwa nini?
Mifugo sana sana huwa tunaleta kwa sababu ng'ombe ni symbol kwamba huyu alikuwa mzee wa symbol kwa symbolic. Ya pili, hii mifugo tumeleta pia ni chakula kwa wale watu watakuja hapa kukaa hapa. Hii ni mambo ambayo itasaidia hii boma chakula. Hiyo ndio haswa utamaduni wake mkubwa. Hiyo ndio vile ilikuwa kulingana na mila za desturi za Kiafrika. Na hii yote hii rigali ulikuwa unaona vile nimewaeleza hawa, hii ni ile tu kusema tunataka kuachilia roho ya baba amani na pumzika, but his spirit must live with us.
Labda tumeona viongozi mbalimbali kutoka upande wa magharibi akiwemo waziri ama mkuu wewe mwenyewe misho kwamba gavana wa Trans Nzoia George Natembea atakuwa akifika na kikosi chake na mifugo. Labda tueleze umuhimu wa kila county kujipanga namna hivyo.
Kila county, unajua county ni serikali na baba ndiye alileta ugatuzi. So gatuzi ya serikali ya Busia, tumekuja na wananchi wa Busia na kesho watakuwa hapa kwa wingi sana. Leo tu ni wazee, hii ni sample tu ya wazee ambao ndio wamekuja kufungua njia na kusema tunawachilia spirit ya baba. So hiyo ndio muhimu. So katika zile gatuzi zote ambazo baba ndiye amekuwa kiongozi wetu atakuwa hapa. Na kumbuka pia baba ndiye alikuwa kiongozi wa gatuzi zote 47. Kwa sababu kama sio baba hizi gatuzi hazingekuwa. So ingekuwa muhimu kama hata gatuzi zote zingekuja, lakini sisi wa kutoka mkoa wa Magharibi hiyo ndio desturi zetu.
Asante. Asante sana.
Asante.
Well, those were certain proceedings there at Opoda Farm. I told you it is the heartbeat of today's event, as and when, first of all, it finishes here at Mamboleo grounds, the body will be taken to Opoda Farm. So keeping a very close eye on Opoda Farm, given that even the governor of Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga, even that governor was spoken of, Busia, Paul Otuoma, they were all here in Kisumu. They received the body at the Kisumu International Airport before it was airlifted to Mamboleo grounds, which are currently seeing on your screens. We're keeping a close eye on Opoda Farm, especially for various developments. But I was posing a question to Job here. Job, you were talking about in terms of the fear that is, once the body arrives,
yes,
and it is taken to Opoda Farm, and the family has clearly stated that they want a private session with the body of the ODM leader Raila Odinga, of course, to pay their last respects before tomorrow he is buried. So in terms of ensuring that people respect these rights, even the governor assuring that across the estate itself they will be having sessions of public viewing. So in terms of coordinating even the ODM battalion that has currently arrived at the Opoda Farm, how should they go about it so as to ensure it is smooth?
Yes, so one where they are going to have the public sitting for the view, already there should be some talk, there should be some guidance, that the body will be arriving, and you manage expectations typically, such that the body will be here maybe at X time. Once arrived, you guys just relax. This procedure is going to go to home first, and then maybe in an hour it will come out. So you just be communicating. Yeah, because if you don't communicate, then people will start making their own imaginations that, oh, maybe you have been conned and this body is not coming out, it's going to stick where it is. Or some people just become over-enthusiastic. So constant communication, including at the moment, somebody should be at that ground communicating what's going to happen when the body arrives. And then secondly, the coordination between the national security, the ODM security, becomes very important because the more people are around in terms of security, the more likely they will be able to do that buffer that is required, like also Churchill was mentioning, that buffer is required to keep people from getting the home. And there has to be a very clear security buffer between the home and that public place, very clear, and with bodies, the way security people will do it, or the ODM people will do it, so that passing through that buffer is controlled and people must know who it is that is passing it. And then just ensuring that people can have a view of what's going on. So a screen in that place where body is very important. So even the bodies in the compound, I still feel like I'm present. You know, sometimes it's just a question of being present. Yeah, so yes, I'm present. I'm in Baba's home. Though I'm outside, I'm like maybe a kilometer away, but I feel I'm present. So they really need to put a screen in that place, and that screen should be capturing what's going on at Baba's home, even as we wait for him to move out of the home or finally reaches there to go out for public view. Yes.
And indeed, we're being informed by a reporter, that is Wycliffe, that the family of Odinga, who are currently at the venue, which is Mamboleo grounds, will be airlifted to Opoda Farm by a KDF chopper, similar to what we witnessed early in the morning when the leaders as well as the families were being carried by the same KDF choppers to the venue, given that they're preparing. Once you see these leaders converging in Opoda Farm, it means they're preparing to receive the body of the ODM leader, Raila Odinga. So the security personnel that you're currently witnessing on your screen have set up at least 2 avenues for the people to see the body of the late Premier, as and when they finish viewing, they're currently being directed to leave the stadium so that other people can come in. So the magnitude, even Churchill, there are still more people outside the stadium who have not even yet entered the stadium itself.
Oh, it's historic. I mean, it shows the love that the people of the entire Western Kenya has got. And as we mentioned again, this is it's a convergence of the entire region here, and so it might be deceptive to think that this is just Luanyans alone, but it's those from the former Western Province, Kisii, Rift Valley, and so all are converging here to come to the reality, especially those who really loved him and were not able to come to Nairobi. Remember that the former Premier had got huge following across the country, so there were only 2 places where you could be able to come close to viewing him, either in Nairobi or in Kisumu. So those who are not able to come to Nairobi, they are in Kisumu if they really wanted to travel. So that's why you expect as many people as possible. But then again, there are also those who are coming here not even necessarily to see the body, but just to show the love.
Yes.
All right. So they might not even be interested in seeing the body, but just to show the love. What we were calling last time, what we were calling in a few minutes ago, that the fact that people believed in the cause and they're able to give up themselves for that cause to the last. You don't incentivize them, but they are just coming because they believed in it. So some of them are coming here just to show the love and to show that, we believed in your vision. We believed in what you fought for. We believed in where you have taken us from. And because of that, we are coming just to show that. So you will expect as many people as possible, the better, so that then that also then reduces the number of crowd that would have been in Opoda Farm. The other thing is that the fact that it has come out and it has been mentioned that you will not expect in Opoda Farm to have an opportunity to view the body. Most of the people in that entire region are then now seeing that this is the only opportunity to see the body. So somehow it will also psychologically help in controlling the masses and the people in where the body is airlifted to Opoda Farm.
And we've seen a very heartwarming tribute that the Kenya Airways, they have just unleashed a 3-minute clip of how they picked the body from India all the way to the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Of course, releasing that 3-minute recording of the onboard tribute to the late Raila Amolo Odinga during flight KQ203 that flew his body from India to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport JKI on Thursday morning, October 16th. The KQ plane, remember, it was renamed to RAU 001, a reference to Raila's name, initials, and in respect to the valid contribution towards the country's history. Of course, the video you will hear will be playing for you in the hours to come, narrated by Captain, that is Savimaria Odengo. The tribute revealed how the former Prime Minister's influence transcended across Kenya and Africa as a whole. Of course, the KQ staff also shared how Raila was a firm believer in the national carrier, citing how his advocacy played a key role in the aviation sector. Kenya Airways also expressed condolences to Raila's family and the entire nation at large for the loss of a respected leader. Raila, who died at the age of 80, of course, at the city of Koshi in India, where he had been receiving treatment. And yesterday we heard from Winnie Odinga, who, given that she said she was there with him during his last moments, clearly stating even that particular day, Job, he walked 5 times. Yes. And she says that in terms of the reference, let me get also your view, because I posed it to Churchill before we went to Opoda Farm. In terms of the symbolization that we witnessed at JKI when she was carrying Raila Amolo Odinga's favorite hat and then handing it over to Mama Ida Odinga, perhaps was that the crown she was speaking of?
It could be, but it's powerful. It's powerful in the sense that she was with Baba at that last moment. Mama Ida was not there. So it was important to say that, yes, I'm the daughter, I was with Baba, but now you are Mama. Yes, this was your husband, this was your close friend, please take this. Yeah, and then you do what you want to do with it. That was very, very symbolic, and it showed actually the discipline that even in that difficult period, Winnie could still have that frame of mind to know that that was a good protocol to do, because your partner is your person, and then thereafter she can decide what else happens to what it is belongs to you. Again, it's cultural. The things that belong to Baba will actually be in the hands of Mama Ida, and then if it was just a normal Western funeral, there'll be a day that people will be called to start giving away those things, and Mama becomes very central, and the brothers of the deceased, and they say, okay, now this one goes to who, and so this one remains in the house, and so we needed and thank God she had that presence of mind, yes, to be able to say, this hat, Mama, please take it, and then do it. And you can imagine we who are not there, how we feel tortured with that. But imagine now Winnie and Ogeta and Ruth, who was also yes, in India. Imagine what they were feeling when Baba, who was supposed to come back actually yesterday, in the initial plan of things, yes, he was to come back yesterday to the country alive, ends up dying that Wednesday morning. It is very shocking. He could have been having the ailments that people talk about, but you can be diabetic for 80 years. Yeah, so the fact that, and I saw that in social media, so I was saying, oh, was Baba playing politics and he had this and that and that? Those diseases are manageable, and I want to tell our viewers that if any of you or your parents have some of these diseases, it doesn't mean the end of the world. Nowadays, those diseases get managed, and you sometimes actually even live longer than somebody else who doesn't have them, because they don't manage their welfare. So he had all those ailments, but Baba was Baba, and Baba was strong, and he was doing what he does best. Just his time arrived, he got into that medical problem, and unfortunately, God had said, this is your time. Yes.
But indeed, Churchill, people are asking that same question.
Yes.
How can he have hidden from the public all this ailment? What does it say about him as a person? And of course, what can leaders of our generation draw from that?
I think as has been mentioned by Job, you know, people have people have got diseases. Some of them are those that they are conscious about, others they are not conscious about. And I think the most important thing is that when you are conscious about the existence of some ailment that exists, and you know there is a way on how it is managed, then even as Job says, even can end up lengthening your life as somebody who think that, you know, you are okay, yet you are actually being eaten up slowly. So I think in terms of the most important thing for leaders is to know that yes, you are in leadership, but then you are also human. And you can get you can get any ailment just like any other human person. And you need to be conscious about diagnostics and getting to know how you're doing, and get to know how to manage your health. And in managing that health, sometimes you don't need to make people to know some of those ailments. You know, the public may not necessarily have to know it, because some of these things, if people knew them in 2007, I'm sure it would have actually affected how people would have voted. Yes. All right, because sometimes they are. So I think that is very important. That consciousness is very important for, even for leaders.
Okay, and of course, let's go back to Opoda Farm. I do understand there are some developments there. Men of the cloth. Let's listen to our leaders.
School began, and Mama Ida Odinga, besides being an Anglican, she's been able to put millions. A library and a media hub. Through that work, we've been able to make a canon, a rule, an example of the Anglican Church, which makes the entire of this, the alumni, to come with us. We have the principal here with us. We have the priest in charge of mission in the diocese. We have the member and leader of the Mothers Union, and the entire of us team here. Besides coming to condole with Mama Ida, we also want to tell the nation that let us have hope. From the Bible we read of the nation of the Israelites people, the kind of feeling that the community here could be entertaining, a feeling that we've lost a leader. There's a brooding pessimism of people who think that there's no tomorrow. But as a church, we want to assure people that there is hope. When the Israelites thought there was going to be no leader, we raised up a leader like Samuel, like David, like Gideon, like Deborah. So Raila is gone because he's mortal. But keep to this pace, a leader will emerge who can even be as powerful than Raila. Because there was Jaramogi. That is where he pointed. But Raila emerged, and it's become so international. So a leader will emerge. God does not leave his people. Let us maintain this hope. We are going to participate in the services today and in the services tomorrow. And let us just...
As clerics from the South Nyanza region, what impact did Raila have on the church?
The building of the multimedia, the work at Toruba Girls High School, which is named after me, and then other schools, because our interest has been schools. Besides the church, the Anglican school also, but Catholic schools and others that I may not know. So that impact is heavy enough. If we don't talk about able to touch, and his hand is here and here and here, and that nudges us to come here without it. Personally, at the home of his mother-in-law in Stella in Uriri. He told me to keep into politics. And we were making jokes by saying, what is the difference between politics and church? So we're laughing over it. And we are saying that when we talk about people's liberation, the church also will talk about that. Only that then we're making a joke that in the church we can have decorum, but during the politics you may not have the decorum. And we're laughing. So those are some of the we can have about close contact with Raila Odinga.
And then just in line with that, how can you comment about Raila's relationship?
I think that was the grace of God. Every generation, God raises a person who is so unique. In our generation, we thank God. He had a way of balancing humility and courage. That's strange. Politics and religion. It wasn't just in the Anglican Church. You know, one time His Excellency was making a joke that is Raila an Anglican or a Legio Maria? So that was the unique thing about him, that he was able to be here and also visit others because his people were across. That balancing made him to be the enigma that he was. Yes. Thank you. God bless.
Well, you've just heard from the religious leaders, especially from the Anglican Church. Those were the wishes of the former Premier Raila Odinga and the families honoring that particular will. Let's go back to Opoda Farm. There is Senator. Let's listen into the leaders.
Family of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga. It is important to be here as we await the burial tomorrow. We were in Kisumu and we have viewed the body and we saw the large crowds turned out to give Baba a befitting send-off. So today we are here and just to ensure that all the program as we hope to receive, wait to receive His Excellency President William Ruto tomorrow for the burial, and of course the Deputy President. So I'm also here to see my colleague Senator Oburu, who is the party leader of ODM, and other colleagues as we mourn. This is a painful loss for all of us, a painful loss as we saw, and the people in this region and indeed the entire country are mourning. It's a first. Thank you.
How will you remember
Raila's contribution to politics, his resilience, the way he has stood for the defense of humanity and fellow countrymen, Africans, and protected democracy in Kenya but elsewhere in the region is something that I will always remember. Of course, as a political figure, he is a leader to emulate, leader who stands for principles and change. I mean, all the space that we enjoy in this country, including the result of what Raila Amolo Odinga stood for. He's the reason I'm in politics, I must say. Thank you.
Now, speaking about him being the reason you're in politics, do you mind sharing some of the personal memories that you have with Raila?
Yes, I said that I had previously led the law societies in Kenya and East Africa and Africa. I didn't intend to move on and to get into politics. It was because of the constant engagements I had with Baba that at some point he told me that I should move to elective politics with the people of, and that is why I found myself here. And I think the constant advice, constant molding about the people and the need to work for our people is why I said it was important for me to join politics. Thanks to Baba. Thank you.
Those are some of the leaders who are currently arriving at Opoda Farm, and they're speaking to the members of the Fourth Estate. As I told you, we are keeping a very close eye on Opoda Farm, given that there are beehive of activities there. The leaders are arriving. If you're just joining us, our viewers, the Siaya governor, that is James Orengo, already arrived, and a host of other governors, including Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga, who has been at the Kisumu International Airport since 6 a.m. In the morning, awaiting for the body, which arrived a few minutes after 7 a.m., given that it left JKIA a few minutes past 6 a.m. And of course, taking it to Mamboleo grounds, where she followed the suit, and now she is at Opoda Farm, joining other leaders who are currently still arriving at Opoda Farm, awaiting the body of the late Premier to be taken to the Opoda Farm in Bondo, Siaya County, given that that will be his final resting place. Of course, the crowd, it's not getting lesser by the minute. Actually, there are even more people coming into the stadium, and let's hope at least all of them will get the opportunity to view the body of the late Premier, as has been the case here in the capital, especially in Kasarani and the Nyayo National Stadium, to pay their final respect to the ODM leader, that is Raila Amolo Odinga. And if you did not get the privilege of listening to the tribute that was paid to the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga by the former US President Barack Obama, let me just share that statement once more. The former US President Barack Obama paid his heartfelt tribute to Kenya's longtime opposition leader and former Prime Minister, that is Raila Amolo Odinga, describing him as a true champion of democracy and a symbol of resilience and reconciliation in African politics. Now, in the statement released early this morning, Obama praised Odinga's decades-long struggle for freedom, justice and good governance in the country. He recalled witnessing firsthand Odinga's commitment to the country's often putting national unity and peace above personal political ambitions. He said, and I quote, Raila Odinga was a true champion of democracy, a child of independence. He endured decades of struggle and sacrifice for the broader cause of freedom and self-governance in the country. The former US president, who has roots in this country, went on further to say time and again, I personally saw him put the interests of this country ahead of his own ambitions. Like few other leaders anywhere, he was willing to choose the path of peaceful reconciliation without compromising his core values. Obama, whose father was a Kenyan, has had a long-standing ties to Kenya and a personal connection to its political landscape, even making an official visit, if you remember, when he was a sitting president of the United States of America. He visited this country during his tenure. Now, through his tribute, Obama underscored the global legacy of Odinga's political life, stating that as an example, extended beyond Kenya's borders. Through his life, Raila Odinga set an example not just for Kenyans but across Africa and around the world. I know he will be missed. Those are the sentiments of Obama. He concluded that the message by extending condolences from himself, the former First Lady, that is Michelle Obama, and of course his daughters and the family at large of the Obamas. Michelle and I send our deepest condolences to his family and to the people of Kenya. He went on further to say leaders, of course, across the country, not only Obama, but leaders across the world have been paying tribute to the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga, honoring his contribution to democracy, Pan-Africanism and social justice. Now, the queue continues at the Mamboleo grounds as people are trying to pay their last respect to the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga. Remember, this coverage, if you do not have the privilege of even going to that stadium, if you're in Kisumu, you can view it here from KBC Channel 1. We'll be keeping the cameras rolling on that particular stadium until that particular body is taken out of Mamboleo grounds and headed over to Bondo, Siaya, where currently at Opoda Farm there are a beehive of activities. Leaders continue to flock there We've been seeing, we've been informed by Edward Kabasa, also a senior editor here who hails from that part of the country, in terms of the bulls that are set to arrive at the homestead of the ODM leader Raila Odinga, tradition that has been revered over the years by the Luo community. As I told you earlier on, death does not signify an end in those communities. It signifies a start and a celebration to mark the life of the person who they have lost, and that person, how it has endeared them. Also, it has been announced them, and we have been even reliably informed that the Prime Cabinet Secretary himself, Musalia Mudavadi, has honoured the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga with a symbolic gift of bulls delivered to his ancestral home in Opoda at Bondo, Siaya County. Now, the gestures stepped in cultural tradition underscores the solidarity from the Mudavadis and the wider Mulembe community during the nation's mourning of Raila's passing. Now a delegation of elders also from the western region delivered those bulls. We've even witnessed from the Busia governor, that is Paul Otuoma, who came with a delegation of elders from that part of the country to eulogize with the family and of course condole with the family since the demise of the former Prime Minister, which they described as a token, the gifts they have described as a token of unity and respect for a leader who had a long-standing with Kenya's political struggle. Clad in traditional regalia, of course, we witness it with the Busia governor, that is Paul Otuoma, the elders who spoke on behalf of Mudavadi, conveying their condolences to the Odinga family, using it as a symbolic proverb. And another added, if you put ugali without greens, it burns you. So we saw it fit to bring greens here. We brought cows and other items to honor the family. Those are the words of the elders who are bringing those bulls at the homestead of the Odingas. Also, the arrival of the bulls was received with appreciations by Bondo MP Gideon Ochanda and members of the Luo community who currently gathered at the homestead, and thanked the Mudavadi family and the Mulembe delegation that brought the bulls for their continued support. Also, we're also reliably informed that more bulls, Job, you heard from Kabasa clearly stating 80 more bulls are coming.
Yes.
From the Rift Valley side. And normally, he says, in their tradition, you'll expect the young men who are bringing those bulls, bringing them also by foot. You see them running into the homestead.
Yes.
Do you think that will be allowed?
I don't know. It will depend on how the protocol of the homestead is, because they can really cause a stampede as well. The bulls will come charged, it will even be a second, but that's not usually what used to happen. Yeah, it doesn't matter how many there are, they'll be driven to the compound and people run and you do your dodge. Yes, so it's how it happens, but maybe with the setup of Opoda at the moment, probably they'll let them come in quietly, but at least they'll have already gone in and people have seen the bulls have come in. But that's the symbolism. Cows come, they mourn with the person who's driving the cows to mourn the departed fellow, and then some are left to be eaten. That used to be in fact, even the neighbors around there, they could be driving bulls there as well if things were not. It started
even yesterday.
Yes, exactly. They just bring them there, and those which are left to be eaten. Those which go back to the cow sheds just go back to the cow shed. So we would like to see those ones from Rift Valley, how they come in and what happens there. If it will be a controlled stampede, well and good. Otherwise, they'll just come quietly and yeah.
And going back to Opoda Farm, Churchill, you've heard from the leaders, especially the preachers from the Anglican Church, clearly stating that when Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, the first Vice President of the Republic of Kenya, unfortunately died, we thought nobody will step into his shoe. Then came Raila Amolo Odinga, who has even left an indelible mark in this country, clearly stating that there is another leader who might even come bigger than Odinga. Have we identified that person? Or we are yet to?
I think he was confirming my prophecy that the exit of a leader like Raila will just result into the emergence of a leader that will make his aspirations to be achieved. That it's too early for us to mention that now. It's too early for us to mention that now. Remember that he has really built many people within the political landscape, including the current president. They, in many ways, owe a lot of values and he's been a political teacher of many of the current political landscape. So whoever will be able to emerge out of this, it's too early for us to say. But then one thing that we can be very sure about, that somebody will be able to, will emerge, that will take his people where he really dreamt of. Of course, there could be already within political circles conversations of successions. There are two ways in which that can happen. It could happen in terms of the establishment raising up someone, and the establishment here means the party structures raising out somebody who they believe can be able to take them to the next level where they have wanted. Or the other option could be somebody just emerging out of nowhere and taking up a role outside the structures that exists.
Yes.
So those are two possibilities. The second possibility is a tough one, because then it means that you have to create your own. You have to begin where Raila started in the year 2000 and in the year 1980s. So whoever wants to take that direction, there's quite some work. The second path is an easier path, but then it means that you must then have that person then must be able to be India, or he must have been he must really have gone through the correct vetting within the structures of the party, and the party is able to see that you are able to hold and carry the vision of the party, the vision of the people, and take the people that the former premier represented to where the former premier wanted them to go. So those are two possibilities of leaders emerging out of it, and we are yet to see. For now, it's too early for us to predict whether someone is already existing. It will be too preemptive for me.
Yes, and on the other hand, the ODM system had already started laying succession from the older guards to the younger guards. If you recall, when ODM was created post 2007 election, other than the party leader, there were two deputy party leaders. That time it was Mudavadi and Ruto. Yes, who are now the DPM and the president. They were the two deputy party leaders to Raila. And then it is very difficult to write off Raila. People already started thinking that after that election, Raila will be gone and it will be the time of either President Ruto or DPM Mudavadi to move on. But Raila is indefatigable. He was always there. So as we moved now towards towards 2022, again the issue of how are the structures in ODM structured such that there can be succession. So there emerged again two deputy party leaders, Wycliffe Oparanya and Hali Hassan Joho. And then in the whole of that setup, because now the older guards, Governor Orengo, Governor Nyong'o, basically started giving way to the younger leaders. Then now it came up a triumvirate of Oparanya, Joho, Wandai, Junet. Those essentially became the quartet that people looked up to as senior leaders. Now, as the broad-based unfolded, all those people except Junet went into cabinet. So now they cannot hold party positions. So now that's a problem. Because in the natural succession of things, the natural party leader will have come from either Oparanya or Joho, because they are the deputy party leaders. So when now they went into government, they are ODM members, but they cannot hold party positions. Then the party again came up with a new set of people.
Yes.
Yeah, which includes Wanga as the Governor Wanga as the chairperson.
Yes.
And then you have
Alias and Joe.
Yes, no, Joe.
No,
now you have
Somad
Somad,
Sharif.
yes,
Yes.
Arati,
Yes.
and Ososi.
Yes.
So in essence, if things were progressing naturally, ODM now has 8 potential natural successors of party leader. The 4 who went and joined the cabinet, and the ones who were appointed in the replacement of the 4. So if things take form, then that's how it will move. But politics, sometimes it doesn't go with that form. Somebody may come in and emerge. And to me, the person who will do that is somebody who can hold the 5 ODM strongholds, who can be trusted by the people from Western Kenya, the people from Coast, the people from Nyanza, the people from Northeastern, and the people from Nairobi. If a person will emerge, you can be trusted at least 3 of those zones, yeah, either in a natural setup or in a case where you go for it, then that's the person who will take over the mantle of the ODM party leader. Yeah, those 5 regions are very important for ODM going forward.
And you can see some developments there at Opoda Farm. We're seeing even security also being beefed up in that particular area to ensure that the people who have congregated outside the gate do not make an entry. As we were reliably informed by our very own Alan Oko, it's just members of the 4th Estate, the dignitaries and close family members and relatives and neighbors are only allowed in that particular side of the Opoda Farm, given that the residential area is not expansive compared to the farm. So they would like to keep people out so to allow for smoother transition. But leaders are continuing to stream in as and when we get more from Alan Oko, who's continuing to interview some of these leaders who are streaming in at this moment. Will be crossing over there live any moment from now. Rest assured that this coverage will continue even in the afternoon, given that this exercise you're seeing on your screen is expected to end later in the afternoon so that the body can be airlifted to Bondo. Especially at Opoda Farm, you're currently seeing on your screen. They are managing right now. A little bit earlier on, it was a little bit chaotic to contain the crowds, given that they came in their numbers, especially in thousands, wanting to view the body of the ODM leader, Raila Odinga. And we have some developing news right now where the Interior Principal Secretary, that is Dr. Raymond Omola, has confirmed that Raila Odinga's body will be flown as opposed to using the road to Bondo from where it is right now. It will be flown all the way to Bondo Farm, as opposed to taking the body through via road, because initially they had planned for that, for a procession from Kisumu all the way to Bondo via road, but he has confirmed that now it will be airlifted to Bondo. Maybe Churchill. That is what we had expected.
It would not have been possible.
Yes.
With all this crowd, I think it would not have been possible to have a procession. Maybe that they would have ended up reaching Siaya after 7 days. Yeah, but again, something very significant, I think also Job had mentioned, is the fact that you can actually see the order which has really been occasioned by the change of strategy. And the change of strategy is sort of like the locals and maybe the protocols of the structures have actually taken control, and it's actually working. So this just tells the fact that if you are able to merge, yes, the security, the political structures, and it then brings the local realities and makes things work better. Yeah.
And indeed, what we're being informed by Alan Oko currently is that the Siaya Governor James Orengo is leading a meeting with several executive members of the Orange Democratic Movement leadership, including family members of the Odinga at the Opoda Farm, and we'll be sharing those images in just a few. They're discussing issues to do with preparations of receiving the former Prime Minister's body and events that follow up into tomorrow at the interment ceremony at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. VIPs continue to visit the Opoda Farm, signing the condolence book and giving their deepest sympathies to the Odinga family. It is a controlled access at the farm, as members of the public have been cordoned off from the property to an adjacent compound, where a huge LED screen have been set up with tents for community mourners. That is what you're addressing, Job, in terms of ensuring that at least there is a screen for the people to see, because the governor had announced. Let's head over first before I get the thoughts of Job. Let's head over to Opoda Farm. More leaders are continuing to speak.
Sema pole kwa wote. Sisi kama wanajubilii, baba alifanya kazi kubwa sana, zaidi ya kuwa ya kwamba watetea wa Kenya kwa kila jambo. Sisi alitutetea sana wakati chama chetu kilikuwa kinanyakuliwa, na alisimama kitete na sisi, na bila baba hatungekuwa na Jubilee siku ya leo. Tumekuja tu kusema pole, na pia to remember that what he stood for. The way that we can remember Baba is to continue with the fight for the good of the common man or the common person, because that is what he did all through his life. Na wengi ni wale hawakumfahamu. Uhuru Kenyatta was able to capture who Baba was to this country. Kuna wale walikuwa wanamfikiria yeye ni is a tribalist, but he wasn't. Wale walikuwa wakifikiria he is a divider, but he wasn't. Kuna wale walikuwa wanafikiria kwamba alikuwa akifanya mambo ajifaidi kwa fedha. That was never his goal. He was always there for the people. Na hii kitu yake ya kuongea akifanya mkono namna hii, when you are in the room with him, was a very warm thing, and he used to welcome all of us. When we were in Azimio, whenever there were disagreements, akikaa pale kwa kiti, within some 5-10 minutes, nyinyi wote mmeelewana na mmepata safari. Kwa hivyo sisi kama Jubilee na pia wana Azimio, this is a sad moment for us, but we thank God for those of us who are able to work with him, and we got to understand him. And I can tell you, we are here in Kisumu because of who Baba was. Brought me here in Kisumu. And the fact that he was also a brother to my party leader, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Unaweza tuambia kibinafsi na Raila, na utupatie kumbukizi moja ambayo utabaki nayo licha ya kuwa ameondoka?
Tulifanya kazi karibu sana wakati wa Azimio, na alikuwa akinipigia simu ananiambia uko wapi Jeremiah? Naambia niko hapa. Kuja asubuhi tunaingia ndege tunaenda pande hii tukiwa juu kwa hewa. That was another Raila. And alikuwa naijua Kenya hii hata livers. Nakwambia ile ni that liver, hiyo that is about that for this county. Ile nyumba ni ya fulani. That is Raila for you. On air he was also something else. But he was Baba. Baba was Baba. And that's why we are here.
Kama viongozi ungependekeza nini haswa ichukuliwe? Naona Mama Ida anawasili hapa, na picha hizo ambazo unaona ni Mama Ida Odinga akiwasili kwa mara ya kwanza katika makazi haya. Tafadhali songa. Asante sana.
Well, at Opoda Farm, you can see some of the family members are currently arriving there. You were hearing from Jeremiah Kioni, who is a Jubilee leader and of course who worked closely. He just divulged how he worked closely with the ODM leader Raila Odinga. The family members have arrived. You saw a little bit earlier on at Mamboleo grounds as early as this morning. Raila Odinga Jr. was there escorting his father's remains, especially when it arrived at the Kisumu International Airport to Mamboleo grounds, where he took the time to sit with the people, condole with the people of Kisumu County. Now he's has arrived at Opoda Farm and will be crossing there if they will give us or accord us the opportunity to speak to the members of the Fourth Estate, given that at the end of the day, they're not only speaking through us, they're speaking to you as well, we who are currently at home. If you're just joining us, it has just been confirmed that Raila Odinga's body will be airlifted all the way to Bondo, Siaya County for ease of accessment. Now, you can see there, those are the images. People are trying to get a hold and see the family, but unfortunately, the secretary, not the security, is trying to push them back, because you can see there's a huge crowd. They cannot all go inside the house of the Odingas. The family is requested to go there. Unfortunately, we can see some ugly scenes there outside the door. But Job, in terms of people respecting what the Siaya governor clearly called for, even Ida Odinga yesterday called for, in terms of ensuring there is decorum. Yes, because you see, even Oburu had to use the instance that Raila has been tear-gassed all his life. Let's ensure that he's not tear-gassed even in death. So in terms of calling for peace, and what should the security approach be here? Because you see those ugly scenes we're seeing in front of the door of the Odingas.
First, what you guys are doing, the media, by beaming this live throughout, it brings a sense of closure to the collaboration between the family, the security forces and the ODM party. It's very important. And now across home, there need to be closed circuit media between what's happening in the house and the people outside. That's very crucial. That I really hope that they have already done that. Everybody wants to be at the home because they are already there. So the second best thing is for them to be following what's happening at home outside, just like you guys are doing the split screen. This should actually be there live for them as well on a big screen, so that they can see that, so that they get that closure of also being there. If they are not there physically inside the compound, but at least they can follow what's going on. Then if that happens, then we have a very good chance of getting everything smooth, even though there are people who may not still feel very satisfied, but at least for the majority it will be smooth, and people will have given a good farewell to Baba. Yes.
And indeed, of course, we are seeing also, we've just been informed by reporter Alan Oko that they have placed those LED screens at the adjacent side of the Opoda Farm, especially at the residential area. What the family was requesting is that they need privacy a little bit. Once the body arrives, it will be taken inside that house. You are seeing many people are trying to gain access to it, and the house was officially opened by Oburu Oginga when he went to inform the community that the ODM leader Raila Odinga is no more. And of course, Churchill, as we're coming to an end of this particular segment side, but we'll continue streaming it live, and I pave way for my colleague Kasichana Masha. Maybe in terms of moving forward, and what do you expect to see from the ODM leadership in control, not only controlling the supporters and mourners, what do you think they should be doing right now?
I think they should be doing what they have rightfully done at Mamboleo, in terms of using their structures and systems to create order onwards, even at the home, so that they complement the national and the county security apparatus. That is very important, because then most of this, the public understands them. They also understand the the locals, and I was just seeing clips of people already, coming from different parts. Busia, they are headed to Bondo town. So I think, we expect similar crowds in Bondo town. So I think when the leadership is able to use their structures and their structures to contain the public, it is better. At this stage, and I'm glad that they've also have not, at this stage it will not work to have somebody speaking to the people. It might not necessarily work. It might be counterproductive. It might end up having a negative effect. And I'm glad that they have not used that strategy here, where you have one of the political leaders wanting to speak to the leader speaking to the people in the name of wanting to calm them. That can't work. And I think that them just using their structures, their protocol, their people and the locals to control the public is one thing that is working here and could work even way better as they go to Opoda Farm. So that for me is what I think, and I think they have enough. I believe that the structures, they have enough people who they can actually use to create that buffer zone of people who are not necessarily the public, but are the people who are helping to maintain the order around where the ceremony will be held.
And it did job, before I ask you my question, dear viewers at Opoda Farm, we can confirm to you the family delegation led by Ida Odinga have already arrived at Opoda Farm. Job, earlier on, it's a question that I posed to Millie before she left. Yes. In terms of the pressure that the state is placed upon, especially when it comes to the burial tomorrow, everybody will be keen to see what the state will do in terms of ensuring that what Raila Amolo Odinga has done for this country. Will there be a mausoleum? Will there be a museum for people to revive or review the catalogues of what Odinga has been able to do? Yet the state has done so much in terms of conferring state honors and state funeral for the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga. So do we expect a major announcement, especially from the head of state, when it comes to that ahead of Mashujaa Day?
I do. I expect a very, very big announcement in terms of Baba's history and how do we preserve that. And there'll be many things, but I think one of them will be a museum. If you saw the initial site where Raila had asked to be buried at, and from what happened when Oburu went to Kango, that site was found to be too small, or already having some what we call contrast around it, so that if one wanted to put a mausoleum where Baba's body will be, including his mother's and some of his brothers, would have been difficult. Yes. That's why they moved the site too close to his father, because close to his father there is space for him to be able to, for someone to be able to build something. So that's the minimum I expect, but I expect more county and national honors, some roads, some stadiums. He deserves it. Yes. He deserves it. So I expect a lot of pronunciation, beginning with the day that the president will be first tomorrow, but more so on the day of Mashujaa. I think the president will make some very big announcements as regards Raila and his legacy and how to carry that legacy forward. Because Raila represented everything that the modern Kenya post-independence have been wanting to achieve socially, economically, and politically.
And similar question to you, Churchill, as well. Do we expect major things to be announced?
Yes. I expect. I was already seeing conversations around the possibility of having universities named against on his name, possibilities of having statues on him. So there are quite a lot of monuments that would possibly emerge that can signify the symbol of the kind of person he was. And even there are already people who already are naming children
Yes.
already naming children after him. So these are things that you expect when a great leader falls, and it will be an honor for the president to do that in his regime, and perhaps even have a day named after him, just like you had Kenyatta Day and Moi Day, of course, that changed into Mazeira area. So there are quite a lot of options that the president could use to, and also even county governments, as Job has mentioned, roads and stadiums and things like that could be named after him. Not necessarily, and these are things that sometimes we do, not necessarily for the person, but to represent what he really stood for, and as a symbol for the people and generations that are coming to be able to connect with, that we are here because there are people who did something. Yes.
And indeed, we're still keeping a very close eye, especially on Opoda Farm, where we're reliably informed the crowds have continued to gather outside the residential area. The longer stretch of leading to the residential area of that particular the reason why I'm posing too much is because leaders continue to streaming in, but we can see certain breaches, especially at the residential farm of the Odingas. But the family is currently held up in the house led by Mama Ida Odinga, waiting, of course, for Oburu Oginga, who is currently following up on various arrangements, given that he is the co-chair of the State Funeral Committee. And maybe as I wind up, let me get the final thoughts of Job. Job, let me start with you. Aside from what we expect tomorrow from the state and from the family and other members of the public, going forward, what should leaders emulate from Raila Amolo Odinga?
Wow, everything. Patriotism, the country first, courage to stand for what is right, equality and equity for everybody, the national values as articulated in Article 10, Raila stood for that, and just be there to offer that leadership, and you take it in your strides, irrespective of the costs that can come to you, because we usually need a leader. We need somebody to give us direction. So somebody needs to take that course, irrespective of how much it's going to cost them, and stay on course, just like in the Bible, what Paul told Timothy. You run the race, you finish it, and you win it. And that's what Baba really did. He may not have become president of this country, but just like even what President Uhuru said yesterday, what he did is bigger than a president. In fact, when I look back, and I think I had someone mention it as well somewhere, had Baba become president in 2007, we'll have forgotten about him. He'll have done 2 terms and it's gone. But now, because he didn't, he was not declared the president, let me use political correct language, he still was available and free to continue being with us Kenyans and championing our causes much longer than he had become the president. So from his first term in 1997 to now, 2025, we're talking of about 30 years. So that missing to be declared as president from the first term has given us 30 years of Baba helping us and leading us as a people of Kenya towards what is right, towards Canaan, using his language as well. Yes.
Churchill?
I think mine is just to say that, whatever we are seeing here today is, in my view, I think it's a reflection that the nation is aspiring for something great. This country is still aspiring to be greater. And that is manifesting from what you are currently seeing, the way people are behaving. And I think the leadership of the current leadership and the people in this country have an opportunity to desire to drive us towards the aspirations that all this sea of humanity is really representing, and to take us to that higher level that we aspire to as a nation. So I think it's an opportunity for us to see what we can be able to do to serve our country.
Thank you so much, Churchill and Job. I know I've kept you for more hours here. Thank you so much for making time for us, given that this particular coverage will continue till the end of this particular day, as and when we know the body has been taken to the Odinga family at Opoda Farm. Well, we're going to get more updates in that particular region, especially at Mamboleo grounds, so that it can be a little bit efficient. My colleague, of course, Kasichana Masha, has joined us in studio. We'll be linking up with her in just a few minutes so that she can continue with this particular program. I assured you that this session will continue live as and when the body of the ODM leader Raila Odinga arrives at Bondo Farm at Opoda Farm rather, in Bondo, Siaya County, and it will be very integral. It will be very integral coverage for this particular, and we have seen also leaders converging. Leaders are also converging in that particular area. But Kasichana, asante sana kwa kuungana nasi. Labda utueleze kwa Kiswahili.
Asante sana Abdi, na pamoja na wageni ambao wameweza kufika katika studio zetu, shukrani sana. Ikiwa bado tunaendelea kumuomboleza aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa hili Raila Amolo Odinga. Ni mengi ambayo tumeweza kushuhudia, na nadhani pia sio tu kwa wananchi bali hata kwa viongozi kuna mengi ya kujifunza kupitia hiki kipindi ambacho bwana Raila ameweza kuaga dunia. Ukiangalia jinsi viongozi walivyojitokeza hata kutuma risala zao za rambirambi, jinsi wafuasi pia walivyojitokeza kuweza kutuma tu ama kupeana heshima zao za mwisho, ni jambo la kudhihirisha kwamba alikuwa kiongozi wa watu, kiongozi mpendwa. Lakini ni mengi ambayo tutazidi kuyatarajia kwa sababu mazishi yanatarajiwa kufanyika hapo kesho, siku ya Jumapili, katika nyumba yake ama kule nyumbani kwao eneo la Bondo, katika shamba la Opoda. Na tunatarajia mengi sana kwa sababu hata leo wakazi wa Kisumu, kama ilivyokuwa jana, baadhi tu ya wakazi wa eneo bunge la Lang'ata ambalo waliweza kuhudumu kama mbunge kwa takriban ya miongo miwili, waliweza kupata fursa na nafasi ya kuweza kutazama mwili na kupeana heshima zao za mwisho. Vile vile tumeweza kushuhudia kwamba ama tutashuhudia kwamba wakazi wa Kisumu wataweza pia kupata fursa ya kuweza kutazama mwili huo na kupeana heshima zao za mwisho. Naam, nikirudisha kwako usukani Abdi Aziz.
Asante sana Kasichana Masha. Of course, she'll be taking you through this particular program in the lovable language of Kiswahili, starting now until the body of the ODM leader Raila Odinga will be taken to Opoda Farm for the viewing, and will be giving you live coverage there. Maybe final remarks. Let me just accord them at least 30 seconds each once more. Job and Churchill, let me start with you, Job.
Well, it's great to see so many of us Kenyans honoring Baba. A good lesson to those of us who are in public leadership. Please always keep true to the vision of the country. Keep true to the aspirations of the citizens of the country, Kenya. Go thee well, Baba. And as a Kenyan, I'll do all I can to take forward what it is that you taught us in your life in this world.
30 seconds, Churchill.
Also same, I think this for us is an inspiration as young people in terms of what we can be able to do to contribute to the development of the country, and to see selflessness and enveloping yourself as an individual into the betterment of the country as something important beyond just acquisitions and wealth and all that. That, you know, the lives of the people is more important, and the impact we have on them in terms of our service is what is key.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. Of course, we were here as early as 5:30 for this particular special coverage of Mourning, the enigma that Odinga was, and of course the crop of leaders, even from the analysts that we have engaged in this particular studio for the last 8 hours. They have been talking about how crucial he has been as a political figure and a father, not only to the family of the Odingas, but to the country at large. My name is Abdiaziz Hashem, and of course we will also starting this coverage tomorrow again as early as 5:30. But worry not, we're keeping our cameras in Kisumu and Siaya, and I'm handing you over to the able hands of Kasichana Masha for now. Good afternoon.
Naam, Abdi, shukran sana kwa kuweza kunikabidhi mkoba huo. Najua sio tu minyoo inalalamika, bali mwili pia unadai uchovu na kupumzika. Shukran sana. Na mtazamaji, karibu sana kwenye upande huu. Tubadilishe lugha kidogo. Jina langu ni Kasichana Masha, kama ulivyoarifiwa na mwenzangu Abdiaziz Hashim. Leo ikiwa tunapiga darubini kaunti ya Kisumu katika uwanja wa Mamboleo, ambapo mwili wa hayati Raila Amolo Odinga aliyefariki dunia tarehe 15 siku ya Jumatano ya juma hili ameweza kufika katika eneo hilo, na wakazi wa eneo hilo basi leo watapata fursa ya kuweza kutuma heshima zao na kupeana heshima zao za mwisho kwa kiongozi wao ambaye ametajika sio tu kiongozi aliyekuwa na busara, kiongozi aliyekuwa na upendo, kiongozi aliyepigania upatu swala zima la demokrasia. Inasemekana pia kwamba anasifika sana kama kiongozi pia aliyepigania upatu swala la upatikanaji wa katiba, ili tu kuhakikisha kwamba masuala ya maendeleo basi mtazamaji yanazidi kufikia yule mwananchi aliye kule mashinani, ndiposa kukaanza kuwa na serikali za ugatuzi. Hivyo basi mtazamaji, macho yetu yote leo yako katika kaunti ya Kisumu na kaunti ya Siaya. Jana kulikuwa nayo ibada ya kitaifa, ibada ya wafu ambayo ilikuwa imeandaliwa na serikali kuu, na wakazi wa eneo bunge la Lang'ata ambalo ni eneo Bwana Raila Amolo Odinga aliweza kuhudumu kama mbunge kwa zaidi ya kwa muda wa miongo miwili. Hivyo basi wakazi wa eneo hilo na wakazi wa Nairobi kwa ujumla. Lakini ukiangalia, kwa sababu jana pia tulikuwa tumekita kambi katika uwanja wa Nyayo, lakini sio tu wakazi wa Nairobi ambao waliweza kuwasili kupeana heshima zao za mwisho hapo jana, bali wakazi wengine walisafiri kutoka kaunti zingine, kaunti kama vile ya Vihiga, kuna waliotoka kaunti za Pwani, kaunti za Mombasa, kaunti za Kilifi kule ambako ilikuwa ni ngome kuu ya kinara wa ODM Raila Amolo Odinga. Wengi wakasema kwamba watamkosa kwa yale mengi ambayo aliweza kufanya, tukizungumzia swala zima la amani, kwa sababu licha ya kwamba ni kiongozi anayetajika ama anaipigia upatu kwa sababu ya jinsi alivyojiendesha ama alivyoendesha shughuli zake, ukilinganisha na baadhi ya viongozi ambao tumekuepo nao, ni kwamba alikuwa na utofauti kidogo ambao watu wengi huenda hawakuweza kuelewa. Lakini leo nitakuwa na wageni ambao tutaweza kujadiliana hili swala, kuweza kuelewa kwa nini yeye anatambulika kama kiongozi wa kiutofauti. Utofauti wake ni upi? Kwa sababu tukiangalia, aliweza kuwania nafasi ya urais kwa zaidi ya mara 3, na nikiwa tu kwa kisawa ama kwa kikamilifu ni kwamba aliweza kuhudumu kwa nafasi hiyo kwa muda wa na mtazamaji, aliweza kuhudumu kwa nyadhifa mbalimbali na kaweza kupigania nafasi ya urais zaidi ya mara ya 5. Na licha ya hata pia kuambiwa kwamba ushindi haukuwa wake, bado pia tu aliweza kupata nafasi ya kuweza kushirikiana na serikali kuu kuhakikisha kwamba serikali inaendeshwa kwa hali ambayo ipo sawa kabisa. Licha kwamba pia tunamtambua kwamba yeye pia alikuwa kiongozi wa upinzani, hivyo basi tulikuwa hatutarajii kwamba aweze kufanya mengi ama kujihusisha na mengi sana katika serikali kuu. Lakini kwa kiutofauti ama huo ndio tofauti ambao wengi wanamkumbuka nao, kwamba licha yeye kushindwa katika kuwania nafasi hiyo ya urais, ila aliendelea kujikaza na kuweza pata nafasi ya kushirikiana na serikali kuu ili kuhakikisha kwamba taifa linazidi kuendezwa kwa umoja, kwa upendo, na kwamba swala zima la kuendelea kwa serikali za kaunti, maendeleo katika serikali mbalimbali za kaunti yaweze kufikia kila mwananchi, na kwamba kusiwe na utofauti mkubwa, bali tu yeye alikuwa anapiga jicho tu kukosoa tu baadhi ya yale masuala ambayo alikuwa anahisi kwamba huenda yanamfinyilia ama hayamlengi kisawa sawa yule mwananchi wa kawaida. Hivyo basi, mtazamaji, kama unavyojionea kwenye runinga yako, hao tu ni baadhi ya wakazi wa kaunti ya Kisumu, na sio tu kaunti ya Kisumu, bila shaka wenzangu ambao wamekita kambi katika eneo hilo. Ni tuko naye Wycliffe akiwa huko, tuko naye Simon Achola, tupo naye Alan Naoko. Wataweza kutuambia, je, ni wakazi wa Kisumu peke yake ambao wameweza kufika kutazama mwili na kuweza kupeana heshima zao za mwisho, ama hata wakazi kutoka kaunti zingine pia wameweza kuwasili? Na mtazamaji, ibada kama hiyo iliweza kufanyika hapo jana katika uga wa Nyayo, ambapo tuliweza kusikia tu hotuba mbalimbali kutoka tu kwa viongozi wa kidini, kutoka kwa familia, na familia ikasema kwamba watamkumbuka tu sio tu kama kiongozi wa taifa la Kenya, bali alikuwa hata kiongozi tu hata nyumbani. Alikuwa anatambulika sio tu baba, lakini alikuwa anahakikisha kwamba swala la amani, swala la upendo bado linaendelezwa kuanzia nyumbani, kwa sababu kama Waingereza walivyosema, charity begins at home, ama wema huanzia nyumbani. Na bila shaka ukiwa mwema huku nje, basi wema huo huenda ukawa ulianzia kule nyumbani, kwa sababu unaambiwa mwacha mila siku zote ni mtumwa. Na pia kutokana na zile hotuba ambazo tuliweza kusikia, hata ndugu yake aliweza kumtambua kama kiongozi shupavu, kwa sababu aliweza pia kutoa mtani fulani, akasema kwamba kuna wakati fulani walipokuwa wadogo, Bwana Raila alikuwa yeye ndio shupavu, yeye ndio alikuwa shujaa wa kikosi cha vile vikundi ambavyo ya vijana ambao mnakuwa nao pamoja katika jamii, na kwamba endapo mtu yote angejaribu kumchokoza hata kakake, licha ya kwamba Bwana Oburu ni mkubwa wake, lakini alisema ni mkubwa kwa wamepishana na mwaka na kama miezi miwili, lakini ni kwamba yeye Bwana Raila hangetaka mtu yote aonewe, hangetaka upendeleo ama kuona mtu ananyanyaswa kwa hali yoyote ile. Kwa hivyo yote yule angejaribu ama angedhubutu tu kumgusa ndugu yake ama kaka yake yule Oburu na rafiki zake wengine, basi yeye ndo angekuwa mtetezi wao. Lakini mbali na hayo pia, nikikuregesha tu nyuma mtazamaji, ni kwamba pia wanawe ambao waliweza kufika katika hafla hiyo, ambao tulikuwa naye Raila Junior, alikuwepo Winnie Odinga na Rosemary Odinga, waliweza kupeana heshima zao za mwisho, na katika risala zao waliweza kusema kwamba wanamtambua baba yao kama alikuwa mtu mcheshi sana, kwa sababu nje huenda pengine mtu anaweza kuona kwamba ana ile hadhi ya uongozi ukadhani anakaa mkali kidogo, lakini nyumbani alikuwa mtu mcheshi, mtu aliyependa familia, mtu aliyependa wajukuu wake, aliyependa sio tu wajukuu wake, aliyependa watoto wake wote. Na akasema kwamba Winnie akaweza kutuambia kwamba baba yake alikuwa anahakikisha kwamba kile kipindi ambacho mzee Raila alikuwa ameshikika na shughuli za kitaifa ama majukumu mengine rasmi ya kitaifa, basi angemtuma Winnie aende angalie wajukuu wake wanaendeleaje, kuonyesha kwamba tu alikuwa mtu aliyependa sana familia, mtu aliyejali familia yake. Na ni swala ambalo ni wengi ama wazazi wengi wanafaa kuiga, kwamba hata kama uko kwenye nafasi yako ya ajira ama katika shughuli zingine ambazo zinahitaji uwepo wako wa nyakati zote, lakini pia ni vyema kuweza kutenga muda kuweza kusherekea ama kupata muda wa kuweza kukaa na familia, kuweza kufafanua mawili matatu. Na pia Bwana Raila tunaweza kumkumbuka kama alikuwa anapenda sana vitendawili, kwamba katika hotuba zake mara nyingi alikuwa anapenda kuanza na kitendawili, ama hata kama hataanza kitendawili, lakini atapeana kibwagizo cha kitendawili ama atamaliza hotuba yake na kitendawili. Kwa hivyo naomba kwamba watoto wako walivyokuwa wanapeana hotuba jana, walikuwa wanasema kwamba hata nyumbani hali ilikuwa ile ile. Alikuwa anaweza kaa tu na watoto na familia yake pale nyumbani, naweza kuuliza tu kitendawili, alafu naambiwa tega, anarusha kitendawili hiki, inabidi sasa watoto wachemshe bongo, wakune akili ili waweze kutafakari yale ambayo yamezungumzwa. Na sio tu, kwa sababu hata ukiangalia mtazamaji, ni kwamba katika hali halisi vitendawili ni semi ambazo zinapaswa kupeana ujumbe maalum ama ujumbe fiche, na sio tu kitendawili ili tu uchemshe bongo ama ukune akili yako kuweza kuelewa kilichozungumzwa, lakini vitendawili vina maana fulani, ni maana iliyofichika ili kuweza kukupatia mwelekeo fulani, kwa sababu kama unataka kurekebisha mtu, mara nyingi pia unaambiwa usiende moja kwa moja sana. Mazangio pia unaweza ficha ile maana kidogo ili tu ujumbe wako uweze kumfikia, na akiona kwamba basi mbona huyu amenipatia hiki kitendo ama ameniambia kwa mafumbo, basi inafaa nichemshe bongo ama nitafakari kwa sana. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, ni kipindi ambacho tangu Rais William Ruto alipotangaza kifo chake siku ya Jumatano tarehe 15 mwezi huu wa 10 mwaka 2025, tumeweza kuona kwamba wananchi kutoka maeneo mbalimbali ama vilio na maombolezo yalianza tangu ile siku ya Jumatano, kwamba watu walijitokeza kwenye barabara. Hata hapa jijini Nairobi kuna baadhi tu ya maduka ambayo yaliweza kufungwa kwa sababu kulianza kuwa na ghasia kidogo na vuta nikivute hapa na pale, na ikatia tumbo joto kidogo, kwa sababu ikishuhudiwa na kipindi cha nyuma ambapo kumekuwa na mvutano kidogo katika serikali. Lakini hilo bado halikuzuia watu kuendelea kusherekea, watu kuendelea kujitokeza na kuomboleza, na serikali ikaona kwamba ni vyema tu, kwa sababu hata pia ukiangalia jinsi kifo chake kilivyoibua rabsha, jinsi kifo chake kilivyoibua tumbo joto tu kwa miongoni mwa wale wafuasi wake ama wale waenzi wake walikuwa wakimfuatilia katika swala zima la siasa na katika swala zima la uongozi. Ni kwamba alikuwa kiongozi tajika, la kwa hivyo kwamba wanafaa wamuenzi kwa hali ya kiutofauti, kwa sababu hata pia ukiangalia jinsi umati wa watu ulivyojitokeza ile siku ya Alhamisi alipokuwa anawasili nchini Kenya kutoka nchini India ambako alifariki akiendelea kupokea matibabu, ni kwamba wakazi walijitokeza kwa wingi hata katika ule uwanja wa ndege wa Jomo Kenyatta, licha kwamba maafisa wa usalama walikuwa wameweka vikingizi ama vitu vya kuzuia ama vizuizi kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi hawaruki katika upande huu wa ndege ambapo ndege hiyo ingewasili. Lakini uliona kwamba watu, kwa sababu ya ile rabsha, kwa sababu ya ile tumbo joto, kwa sababu ya hamu ya kuweza na ule upendo walionao dhidi ya kiongozi huyo, ni kwamba walitaka kwenda kuona, kujihakikishia ni kweli amefika, ni kweli hili swala limetokea. Na ukiangalia kama ukifikiria, tukirudi hapo nyuma kidogo, ni kwamba wengi walilia, wengi waliomboleza, wengi wanasema kwamba tumepoteza kiongozi, ameacha pengo. Lakini wale wote wanaoamini ni kwamba kitu kinapotokea basi siku zote hutokea na sababu siku zote huwa ni sababu nzuri ama nzuri zaidi ambayo itakuja hapo mbeleni. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, tukiangalia kulingana na jinsi umati ulivyojitokeza kumwomboleza kiongozi huyo, ni swala la kustaajabisha kidogo, na ni swala la kufunza ama la kupatia funzo fulani kuhusu huyu kiongozi, kwa sababu ukiangalia kwamba hata jana jinsi watu, ama hata sio jana peke yake, hata juzi katika eneo la Kasarani, ukiangalia jinsi watu walivyojitokeza, kwa sababu licha ya mabadiliko hayo ambayo yaliyofanyika kwa muda mfupi ama muda kiduchu, ni kwamba serikali iliweza kutangaza kwamba mwili huo baada ya kutoka ama ukiwasili katika uwanja wa ndege wa JKIA ungepelekwa katika majengo ya bunge, na wananchi wangepata fursa ya kuweza kutazama mwili katika majengo ya bunge. Lakini serikali iliona jinsi umati wa watu, jinsi wafuasi walivyojitokeza, basi ikabidi wabadilishe eneo la kufanyia tukio hilo. Kwa hivyo ikabidi basi watu wapelekwe katika eneo la Kasarani kule, lakini hilo halikuzuia mamia kwa maelfu ya watu waliojitokeza, na ulionewa kwamba ilikuwa inaonyesha kwamba kweli watu wapo na nia ya kuweza kumuona, wapo na nia ya kuweza kupeana tu jumbe zao na heshima zao za mwisho kwa kiongozi wao. Na licha ya kwamba hata kusafirisha mwili kutoka eneo la majengo ya bunge hadi eneo la Kasarani ilichukua muda mrefu, zaidi ya saa 2, zaidi ya saa 3 mtazamaji, lakini watu bado hawakukata tamaa, wakaendelea kusubiri hadi wakaanza kutazama mwili. Vile hali kama hiyo ikaweza kushuhudiwa jana, licha kwamba japokuwa siku ya Alhamisi kulikuwa na rabsha kidogo katika eneo la Kasarani, lakini maafisa wa usalama waliweza kudhibiti hali hiyo, kwa sababu jinsi ya umati ulivyokuwa umejitokeza pale, wengi walikuwa na hamu sana ya kuweza kutazama mwili huo na kuweza kupeana heshima zao za mwisho. Vile vile jana pia mwendo kuanzia majira, kwa sababu tulikita kambi katika uwanja wa Nyayo kuanzia mwendo wa saa 12 ama saa 11:30, na tukaanza kuona tayari mamia kwa makumi kwa mamia ya watu walikuwa washaanza kufurika katika uwanja huo. Na wengi walikuwa nasema kwamba wamesafiri hata usiku, walisafiri na basi za usiku kisha kwamba wamefika hapa eneo la Nairobi, wengine wakisafiri kuelekea Kisumu kusubiri mwili wa asili hii leo, na wengine waliweza kufika jana wakasema kwamba wataendelea kumkumbuka kiongozi huyo aliyezaliwa mwaka 1945 katika eneo la Maseno huko kaunti ya Kisumu. Na mtazamaji, basi kama unavyojionea kwenye runinga yako ni kwamba bado watazamaji ama wapenzi wa kiongozi Raila Amolo Odinga bado wanaendelea kupata nafasi ya kuweza kutazama mwili, kupeana heshima zao za mwisho, kwa sababu ukiangalia hata tangu juzi ama tangu siku ya tangazo hilo lilipotolewa rasmi na Rais William Ruto kuhusiana na kifo hicho, ni kwamba wakazi tayari wa eneo lile la Kisumu, Siaya na maeneo yale kule ya Bonde la Ufa waliweza kufika katika makazi rasmi yake Bwana Raila Amolo Odinga, wakaweza kwenda kupiga nyimbo za pambio pale, wakaenda kuomboleza, wakaenda kuimba na kuweza kumwenzi kiongozi wao. Lakini nikufahamisha tu kwamba awali kuanzia siku ya Jumatano na siku ya Alhamisi, kuanzia mwendo wa hadi Alhamisi hadi majira ya saa 10 saa 9 mchana pale, hiyo nyumba ya Bwana Raila kulingana na mila na tamaduni za jamii ya Wajaluo haikuwa imefunguliwa rasmi kwa waombolezaji waweze kufika ama kutembelea ama kuzuru ama hata kwenda kuomboleza pale, japokuwa wengi walikuwa washaingia katika mazingira hayo ya nyumba hiyo, lakini nyumba hawalikuwa wameingia katika ndani ya nyumba rasmi, kwa sababu kulingana na mila na tamaduni za jamii ya Wajaluo ni kwamba endapo kuna mzee ambaye amefariki katika eneo fulani ama katika boma la jamii hiyo, basi inampasa ama wale waombolezaji hawezi kuingia katika nyumba hiyo mpaka mwanafamilia, huenda ikawa ni nduguye aliyefariki ama yule mzee wa lile boma, ama huenda ikawa ni mkewe, ndiye anayeruhusiwa tu kuja kufungua ile nyumba na kuambia wale waombolezaji, kuwapatia taarifa rasmi kama jamii, kwa sababu licha ya kwamba serikali ilipeana taarifa rasmi kwamba amefariki, lakini tuzingatie kwamba Bwana Raila pia alikuwa na jamii, alikuwa na familia, alikuwa na watu ambao walikuwa na mwenzi, watu walikuwa wanampenda, wanamchukulia kama kijana wa nyumbani, kama mtoto wao, kama tu vile jinsi mtu mwingine. Hivyo basi ilikuwa lazima ni wajibu wa familia iende itambulishe wanajamii, wanakijiji wote kwamba basi sisi tumepatwa na maafa haya na kwamba ratiba ya mazishi itakuwa hivi, kwa sababu kulingana na yale ambayo alikuwa ameandika ama yale matamanio yake ni kwamba alikuwa ametaka azikwe baada ya saa 72 baada ya kifo chake. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba baada ya siku 3 ya kufa kwake basi aweze kusitiriwa, na ili kuweza kuendana na yale matakwa yake basi kabidi Bwana Oburu, kwa sababu mkewe Bi Ida alikuwa ameshikana huko jijini Nairobi katika kuhakikisha kwamba zoezi lile la jana lingefanikiwa, basi siku ya Alhamisi Bwana Oburu akavuka katika eneo la kaunti ya Kisumu na kuweza kufahamisha wanajamii na kufungua rasmi ile nyumba na kuambia waombolezaji, basi kweli tumepatwa na maafa haya, kijana wenu ameweza kuaga dunia, aliaga siku fulani na ni kwa sababu ya hii, na ratiba ya mazishi inasema hivi na hivi. Na ikizingatiwa mtazamaji, hapo jana pia tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba baada ya familia kuweza kufanya ile ibada na hata baada ya watu kutazama mwili katika eneo la Nyayo, tulitarajia kwamba kuwe na wakati wa maombolezo rasmi ya kifamilia ambapo ama pambio wanavyosema Waswahili, ambayo ingefanyika katika eneo la Karen, lakini familia ikasema kwamba kwa sababu mwili umekuwa nje tangu siku ya Alhamisi, uliweza kwenda eneo la Kasarani, vile vile jana ukawa katika maeneo ya Nyayo. Kwa hivyo basi itakuwa vyema tu basi mwili urudishwe katika makafani ya Lee, ndipo leo basi uweze kuwa rahisi kuweza kusafirisha mwili huo, kwa sababu umesafirishwa kwa kutumia ndege, iwe rahisi kusafirisha mwili huo katika hadi kaunti ya Kisumu, ambapo maelfu ya waombolezaji wamekita kambi katika eneo hilo tayari wakiwa na hamu ya kuweza kumpokea na kupeana heshima zao za mwisho za kiongozi wao. Mtazamaji, siku ya leo tunatazamia kwamba wakazi wakazi waendelee kutazama mwili. Wakazi wa kaunti ya Kisumu na maeneo ya kule eneo la bonde la Ufa wataendelea kutazama mwili huo hadi pale watakapomaliza, kwa sababu kama Bwana Kithure Kindiki alivyosema hapo jana kwamba kila mfuasi wake ama kila mtu ambaye anamwenzi kiongozi huyo atapata fursa ya kuweza kutazama mwili huo na kupeana heshima zao za mwisho. Na wanahabari weza, tunaye Alan Aoko ambaye yuko katika shamba lile la Opoda ama Opoda Farm katika kaunti hiyo ya Kisumu, ambapo wataweza kutuambia ataweza kutujuza tu yale ambayo yatakuwa yanajiri katika eneo hilo, kwa sababu kulingana naye awali aliweza kutuambia kwamba mamia tu watu wanaendelea wanazidi kufurika katika boma hilo, na maafisa wa usalama tayari wameendelea kushika doria hapo kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli nzima inaendelezwa vizuri. Ni kwamba hapo katika boma hilo basi kunaendelea kuwa na amani, na ni kwamba pia wanatarajia katibu wa usalama wa ndani Profesa Raymond Omolo ataweza kuwasili katika eneo hilo, ama kama sijakosea basi atakuwa shawasili katika eneo hilo, na tunatarajia kwamba huenda akaweza kuhutubia ama akazungumza na wanahabari kidogo. Lakini endapo kama hilo litafanyika, basi mtazamaji, bila shaka tutaweza kukuletea taarifa hiyo ama matangazo hayo moja kwa moja. Kama unavyojionea ni kwamba tayari watu wanataka sana kuingia katika boma hilo kupeana heshima zao za mwisho, huko katika uwanja wa Mamboleo. Wale waombolezaji wengine waliokuwa wafuasi wa Bwana Raila Odinga wakiendelea tu kumiminika pale, kupanga foleni licha ya jua kama unavyoona pale hali ya anga ilivyo. Licha ya jua hilo kuweza kuwa kali, lakini bado wakazi wameendelea kujitokeza sana. Wale wafuasi wake, wapenzi wake wa kisiasa, wapenzi wake wa masuala ya kiongozi wameendelea kujitokeza kuhakikisha kwamba wanapata fursa ya kupeana risala zao za rambirambi, wanapata fursa ya kupeana tu heshima zao za mwisho. Na kama ilivyokujuza hapo awali mtazamaji, ni kwamba nitakuwa na baadhi ya na wageni wawili hapa studio ambao pia wataweza kunisaidia kuelewa tu safari ya hayati Raila Amolo Odinga. Alikuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa hili, aliweza kuhudumu katika nyadhifa ya akawa waziri wa kawi, akaweza kuhudumu katika nafasi ya waziri vile kama waziri wa barabara na miundo msingi. Vile bado aliweza kuwa mbunge. Kwa sababu sasa ukiangalia tajriba yake hii ama yale masuala ambayo aliweza kuyafanya, ni kwamba ni mtu ambaye anauelewa mwingi ama amekuwa katika ulingo wa kisiasa kwa muda mrefu zaidi. Kwa hivyo ni yapi ambayo viongozi wengine wanafaa kuiga kutoka kwake? Baadhi tu ya wachanganuzi wetu wa kisiasa wataweza kutueleza hilo na kuweza kuelewa ni yapi ya kuigwa ama ni yapi ambayo tunafaa tuyaendeleze kama taifa, sio tu miongoni mwa viongozi bali tu hata sisi wenyewe kama hata vile tu wananchi. Ni yapi ambao wanafaa kuzingatia katika maisha yao ambayo wanaweza kuiga kutokana na maisha ya kiongozi huyo mtazamaji. Mazishi rasmi yanatarajiwa kufanyika hapo kesho Jumapili mtazamaji, kama ilivyo ratibiwa na kama ilivyo tu alivyoandika mwenyewe kwamba angetaka mazishi hayo yafanyike tu baada ya siku 3 ya kufariki kwake, na kwa familia ikakisha kwamba basi hilo limeweza kutimizwa. Na mtazamaji, kama nilivyokujuza ni kwamba baadhi tu ya wakazi wanaendelea kumiminika katika boma hilo la Opoda, na mwanahabari Edward Kabasa yuko tayari katika boma hilo. Acha tuende kwake atujuze ni yapi ambayo yanajiri katika eneo hilo. Je, maafisa wa usalama wameweza kudhibiti msongamano huo? Maanake naona tayari wakazi wamejitokeza na matawi tayari kuomboleza kiongozi wao kwa njia iliyo bora zaidi. Acha tumsikilize Edward Kabasa.
Asante Masha. Huku ni kwa kiongozi wa ODM Raila Odinga nyumbani kwake Opoda Farm, and what you can see on your screen is basically people to get into the compound. Earlier Ida Odinga left Kisumu and arrived at the family in the house, meeting family members and a section of ODM leaders and other well-wishers who have come to town. And basically, this homestead has been a beehive of activity since morning. Various leaders have come to pay their homage. We did see Busia Governor Paul Otuoma. Him alongside his delegation were here, I think almost an hour ago. Governor James Orengo has also been here, and so is the ODM National Chairperson, who is also the Homa Bay County Governor Gladys Wanga, who is currently in the house with Ida Odinga. That is the main entrance to the house, and we do expect that more leaders will be coming in. There has been an effort to control the number of people who can access the, as viewers have been seeing over the last couple of days. This homestead has always been full, but the security has been able to repulse the huge number of delegations that have been trying to access the compound, and that has enabled operations. What we do expect is that once the body of Raila Odinga arrives in Bondo, it will be brought pound according to the Luo culture and traditions. We do expect the casket to be taken into the house out, and we were told that there will be a brief church service, and thereafter the casket will be moved to an adjacent field that has been set up. There are tents that have been set up, and that's where there will be the night vigil. And we were also told that perhaps the people of this area will get the opportunity to view the body in keeping with the tradition of the Luo community. It has been some really hectic days for those who are organizing this burial ceremony, because the interest that this burial service has attracted is a lot, and that will be tested again tomorrow when the burial takes place. Just a couple of kilometers from here is the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. That's where the main funeral service will be. I think the was chosen because of the availability of space. Opoda Farm may be huge, but most of it is covered by trees, really. There isn't enough space that could accommodate the huge number of people and mourners who are expected to pay their last respect to Kenya's and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology was identified as the best ground to hold that huge crowd that is expected to come to Bondo to mourn the former Prime Minister. And there are option to Kango Kajaramogi, that is in Nyamira village of Bondo. That is where the of Raila Odinga is going to be buried, right next to his father's mausoleum. And we were told that they chose to build a mausoleum for him. We are waiting to see. There's a lot of works that have been taking place there. Last night there were, and this morning that process was almost complete. So by the time of burial tomorrow, we do expect the building of the shall have been completed. But it is hectic for those who are trying to organize this burial ceremony because of the interest that it has attracted. That we have, that each leader is coming with a delegation, and at times it becomes overwhelming for the security operators to contain. Various leaders are here. The Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo is here. He walked in a couple of minutes ago. He is currently inside the house, together with other leaders who have come to stand with Ida Odinga, who is mourning. Just that's the gate. That's the second gate to Raila home. Just outside to the left is the main gate, and that also has been very hectic to manage. What they've been trying to do is ensuring that they limit the number of vehicles that can access the premise, and so everyone who comes to this area who cannot, perhaps for security reasons, walk into the homestead, they are allowed. They are supposed to park their vehicles. Gate, which actually the primary gate that currently is within view. It has been a very hectic experience for those people charged with the responsibility of ensuring that there's order, as compared to the previous days that this place was literally overrun by mourners. The Siaya County government is at the center of this process. We did speak to the Chief of Staff, Colonel Cyrus Oguna, who told us that they are trying as much as possible to ensure that there is order, that this being the home of Raila Odinga, there's supposed to be some decency, and that is something that he said they will be trying to, it is achieved. There is a VIP that is trying to access the area. We are waiting to see who this is. Like I said, only allowed to drive into the main compound. So the vehicle will stop there, and then the VIP will step out and also be so just a few people are being let into the compound with their vehicles for security reasons and order. But the situation in Bondo has been mourning and celebrations in the same measure, and some have described this as a little bit extra. And for those who are not familiar with the culture, it comes as a shock to many, the style in which the Luo community mourns the dead, and especially if this it was regarded highly in society. So so many delegations have been here. The western region of elders have been to the homestead. They brought along with them some bulls and chicken, and elders told us this is a token of love and appreciation for the relationship that the Luo community, the Odinga family, and the Kenyans in this region have inculcated over the years. And we do expect any moment now there is a huge entourage from the Rift Valley that was bringing quite a number of animals, dozens of bulls that are going to be part of this exercise to probably feed those who will be coming to Bondo to mourn the late Raila Amolo Odinga, who will be buried at Kango, Kajaramogi on Sunday. And Raila Odinga's elder brother Oburu Odinga has been at the center of this planning. He brought the news home when the body of the late former Prime Minister landed in Nairobi. Oburu Odinga took some time to fly to Bondo to inform the extended family and the village. In Luo, the term is Anyuola. So he brought the message home, told them exactly what happened, and in that private meeting, which we were privileged to access, he told them that they were expecting Raila Odinga to make a full recovery, and this incident, this episode, hit them like a curveball, something that they did not expect. So he expressed his regrets that they couldn't bring him home alive. But the situation at hand is that the people of Kango, Nyamira Kango, Kajaramogi should now be prepared to welcome the guests in a manner that they only know how. He told the family, or Anyuola, quote unquote, that they expect a huge number of mourners. He referenced the burial of their father, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, in the early 90s. He told them that the number of mourners was huge. You can imagine the stature of Raila Amolo Odinga. If the fence was brought down back then, you can imagine what the situation will be on Sunday. So he made them aware that it is important to prepare for any eventuality, but most importantly, the number of people expected to attend this burial. So that is Kisumu County woman member of the National Assembly, who is also Raila Odinga's sister. She is making her way into the house. They are from Kisumu, where there is a public viewing of the body of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. She, alongside other family members, are making their way to Opoda Farm, and perhaps it signals the climax of the events here. That was Ruth Odinga, the sister of Raila Amolo Odinga, together with other family members. They have arrived at the Opoda Farm. Opoda Farm is located a couple of kilometers from Kango Kajaramogi, where Raila Odinga will be buried. So when the body arrives, it will stay here overnight, in keeping with the tradition of the Luo community, and tomorrow morning the body will proceed to the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology for the main funeral service, and thereafter the procession will lead to Kango Kajaramogi, the final resting place of Raila Amolo Odinga. He will be lying next to his father, Kenya's first Vice President Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Basically, Kango Kajaramogi has been set aside by the Odinga family as the heritage center and as the final resting place of the Odinga lineage. Raila Odinga's mother is buried there as well. That is Mama Mary Odhiambo Odinga, as well as Fidel Odinga, Raila Odinga's firstborn, and other members of the Odinga family who have rested. There are his brothers there, and there's a sister who is also buried there, as well as one of his stepmothers. And so Kango Kajaramogi is a heritage center that is open to the public. We have seen members of the public walking into the area, seeing for themselves, trying to be part of the history that is in the making. Normally, on a given day, we were told by the curator there that Kenyans really treasure visiting that area so that they can read and see the history that it is. There lies Kenya's now. It will also hold the tomb of Kenya's second Prime Minister. So Kango Kajaramogi, Tasha and and it is going to become a rich history ground for those looking to study where Kenya began, where Kenya is, and perhaps what direction Kenya will take. And the leaders from the area have been encouraging the residents here to welcome mourners, to make them feel at home, that this event should not be used as an excuse to perhaps engage in crime. And we have seen in Bondo town, students from the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of they've been holding processions in various streets in Bondo town, mourning peacefully, chanting the name of Raila Odinga, speaking carefully about the impact that Raila Odinga has had in their lives. And we have spoken to a few leaders who say that the example set by the late Raila Amolo Odinga will be used by them for years to come. Some of them saying that they will be using such political career. But the students have come out in numbers and they have been celebrating the life of Raila Odinga. It's dedicated the late Raila Amolo Odinga and expressing their love for the fallen ODM leader. And just for who may be tuning in right now, we are at Opoda Farm, the home of Raila Amolo Odinga, and inside the house is Ida Odinga, Ruth Odinga, Raila Odinga's sister, who is also the Kisumu County member of the National Assembly, ODM National Chairperson Gladys Wanga, the governor for Homa Bay County, is also inside the house. Chief Secretary Raymond Omolo is with them, as well as a host of other leaders drawn from the region and beyond. Mourning together with Ida Odinga. More family members are expected to walk in. We haven't seen Oburu Odinga, but we do expect him here because the family members have already started streaming in. We also did see the brother to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. We did see the brother to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. He resembles the late former vice president of proceedings today, and those are some family members who were in Kisumu, and they have managed to make their way to Opoda Farm to be part of this important occasion in their family's history. And this is the beginning of the climax of a historic burial for this is a historic burial not just for the family but also for the members of the ODM party and Kenyans in general, really, because from those who have spoken about Raila Odinga's impact, this will go down in history as one of the most memorable and painful experiences, because as Oburu put it, they expected Raila Odinga to make a full recovery, but the cardiac arrest came as a curveball. Brother left
isipokuwa tu kuna kikundi kimoja pale kinazunguka, na mimi nakuomba ndugu yangu, nyinyi kikundi hicho,
the way that he should be buried next to the parents, and being the eldest brother, he was charged with the responsibility of the final rest of his brother Raila Odinga, and he chose to let Raila Odinga rest next to the grave of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, their patriarch, who passed on in 1994. And a little bit later, we will be taking you to Kango Kajaramogi to see where preparations are. It is also a beehive, and a lot of the action really will be moving to Kango Kajaramogi tomorrow, when Raila Odinga can to rest with the rest of his family who have gone before him, including his father, his mother, his son, other relatives who have died and are now part of the heritage at the Kango Kajaramogi. The situation is calm. There is Ruth Odinga, the sister to Raila Amolo Odinga. We'll try and see if we can speak to her. Mheshimiwa, how are you feeling? I know it's quite a difficult moment for the family and for you personally, but Raila Odinga is considered an African icon. What does this mean for the family and Kenya as a whole?
Actually, for me, I feel it for the Kenyans. As a family, we come from a big family that my brother loved Kenya. And I know there are more orphans in Kenya than even myself. I'm not in Kenya only. He died. Kerala, which is the city where we were, I didn't know had even nuns who had been working in Kenya. And the Kerala, the Indians, were crying. It was mourned even in Mumbai. So it's not only that. Raila Odinga is a man of the world, a man of Kenya and the world. And I can tell you certainly that Kenyans are genuinely mourning. As a family, we must stick together.
I know one thing you will stick with, that one memory that will never die.
Baba. He was my dad. I am the sister. But between me and him is about 20 years. He took me to school. He schooled me. He taught me to be the woman I am today. He taught me to be tough. I am as tough as he is.
Asante sana.
Na kwambia na miss baba yangu.
And fine.
He called me. I was with him. I was supposed to go to the States, but he told me to go to him in India. In our culture, we say, you die with the people you love. I loved him. Kenyans love him. The world loves him. And Raila is still here. He's here. He's looking at us, and he's only who can hold Kenya together.
And some were worried that probably they're not going to see the procession from Kisumu. What should Kenyans expect?
They're on the road. I tried my level best to wave at them, and I told them Baba is coming. I wish they could have put him on the road instead of the chopper up to here. How we walked with Oginga Odinga. Nairobi to Kisumu with Oginga Odinga. I wish they would have at least put him to walk from Kisumu even to Bondo. The Gen Zs are running. They will be with him here.
Not so many people have the privilege of their homes being turned to side. What does it mean for the Odinga family now that Kango Kajaramogi is permanently in the map?
Those are some of the geniuses that my brother Raila did. I remember when he told us that he was making our home a museum. I was the first one to protest. I told him, so where am I going to go? Because I'm the last born of Oginga, and I didn't know where I was going to go when our home has been made a national museum of Kenya. But afterwards, schools go there. There's a lot of heritage. People are learning from it. And now that even Raila Odinga is buried there, that means that our legacy, Odinga family, will live.
Thank you. Thank you.
Looking at the outpouring of love how does the family feel?
So that was Ruth Odinga, and there is Oburu Odinga, the now family patriarch, is walking into the compound and accessing. Let's keep listening into what she's saying.
The reality would be this, but the loss is for Kenya. When I laid him down and I stopped the machines, I said, Kenya, Kenya is lost. I don't know where it's going without Raila. Thank you. Can I just go? Thank you.
Odinga, the sister to Raila Odinga, she's also the Kisumu County Woman member of the National. And she has given us a feel of what it means to be an Odinga. She did recount the moment they had with Raila Odinga in India, the final moments of the former Prime Minister. And she says that she's going to miss the brother dearly. And she also spoke about the home, Kango Kajaramogi, and how it has become a heritage. And now that Raila Odinga is going to be laid to rest there, she says that the heritage can only grow bigger. And she also said that moment for the that Raila Odinga held a huge part of Kenya's political. So we have Kasmo. We have just one second. Before Raila died, you were among the young Kenyans who were constantly seen with him. What can you say about this sad moment for the country?
I personally did not expect Mzee to die. I haven't even gotten to terms with his death. I've just been at home. I went to see him at Lee, but then I couldn't find the courage to see him. It's before I went to Belgium, because he sent me to Belgium. He had spoken to me about his health issues, and it's the first time we spoke extensively about health and aging. But he was strong. I even spoke with him. You saw me the last time I was in JKL, I was in an orange suit. I was inviting people, telling them that Baba is okay. So Baba was okay. And so it's rather unexpected. It breaks my heart because I didn't know Baba as a politician. I knew Baba as a friend. I have very personal, very fond memories. This is the first place where he carried me in his chopper and took me to an island for lunch. It was from here. I've come here when I had a very baggy suit. I was just freshly out of work. So Baba was my friend. I don't know how to mourn him. I don't know, should I mourn my friend? Should I mourn my leader? Should I mourn my father? We've lost the best Kenyan leader to ever do it. So for me, it's with it.
A lot of times people see the content that you post on social media, especially X, and a lot of it come with assumption. What is that one thing that you wish Kenyans knew about Raila?
I think we just have to be honest. Raila Odinga has always wanted the best for the country. Even when he think about it, I'm looking at it in retrospect, I think Mzee knew he was going to die because him getting into the broad-based government did not benefit him. It benefited his people, the minorities. He was the most tribeless Kenyan I know of. There are Kikuyus in Mzee's office, the people in charge of his food are not a tribeless person. And Mzee, I think, beyond him being the best Kenyan leader to ever do it, I think I have honesty. Mzee, His Excellency spoiled me rotten. So I'm weeping because and a friend, and he opened his doors for his family. To me, he treated me like a child of the home. And
what direction do you think the discourse will take? I know that there are those who are drawing inspiration from Raila. Politically and socially, what do you predict?
I think I have to state this categorically clear, and now I have to be brutal. The movement will be a party for the next 20 years. But now it has to be firmly under the leadership of Senator Oburu Odinga. And they had better convene that National Delegates Convention and install him, because he has the best ideals for the party. Together, the thing I thank Baba for the most, he kept our community together. He kept the minorities together. Baba, now think about the people, the Maa community. Think about the people in Northeast. He held us together as glue. And now I'm seeing supremacy battles coming. You cannot inherit Raila Odinga's position because it was not elective. Created by a person who emerged from the people. So anyone who wants to bring antics, and I'm sending this as a stern warning, anyone who's trying to bring antics will not be tolerated.
Thank you. Thank you. That was Kisumu Makoure. That was the youth mentored by Raila Amolo Odinga, giving us a feel of the experience that he had with as second Prime Minister. And there is a delegation. Right. So we want to speak to David Ochieng, the MDG party leader. MDG party leader, who is also the Ugenya Member of Parliament. What will be of Raila Odinga? I know politically you and him had some run-ins, but we are here.
No, Raila was such an inspiration. In fact, I joined politics because of Raila Amolo Odinga. And in my politics, every decision I've made, I've made because of what I learned from Raila Amolo Odinga. And so we are here to mourn a great man. So let me start by giving my sincere and heartfelt condolences to the family, Mama Ida, Rosemary Jr. and Winnie, Dr. Buru, Ruth, siblings, and us local community. We are so praying for the family, that may God give them comfort, may God give them a difficult time. I came to this house so many times, even after I formed my party, because Raila was such a forgiving man. It was and I always say that every time I sat with him, I would leave so quickly because he would easily convince me to fold up my party, because he was such an infectious, such a magnetic man. But what Raila has done for our country, what Raila has taught us, what Raila achieved, we live for. I don't think there's any person among us in our lifetime that would have the kind of impact, influence on the people like Raila Amolo Odinga had. And I want to therefore request all the leaders in the country today, this is not the time to discuss Raila's succession. This is not the time to discuss who's going to be the Luo Kingpin. This is the time for us to all come together and give Raila Amolo Odinga a befitting send-off. I don't think anybody and anybody trying to be a Raila, anybody trying to achieve what Raila did, is dreaming. Life cannot be achieved by another mortal. I don't believe so. And so all Luo leaders today, akwa yojo Luo duto majotelo as e wachmar yuago Raila koe maber koe gi kwe okapar kante ng'ata achiel kuomwa motelo kawuono madhi bedo gi huma, madhi bedo gi goteko kabila mar Raila osebedo kodo, kendo akwayo wate ni ma oke kinde mar pimo tekowa.
So that is David Ochieng is asking the Luo community to stand together at these trying times and put aside political differences and show of political might, that they should use the death of Raila Odinga to unify.
So don't try to show us your capacity or your energy during Raila's death. Don't dance on Raila's grave. Don't try to give young people money to come and shout your name. It is not your time. I want to request Jotenduate, let's give Raila Amolo Odinga a befitting send-off. From where I pray. I always told him that in my politics, I was still in chapter 1 of his politics. So I'll keep reading his books, keep learning from his life, whatever I do, inspired by what he did for us. And I'm certain that in our lifetime, we'll achieve the things Raila fought for. Rule of law, democracy, devolution, love for one another, stability, loving the country more than anything else, being patriotic. These are the things that Raila taught us, and none of us, no politician should think that this country can be subsumed by them. Nobody, not the president, not the former president, no one taught us that for you to rule the country, you must have a country. For you to be president, you must have a country, and all of us must fight always to have peace, have a country first before you seek to rule. And that's why in the years he ran for president, even when he clearly won election and was not announced as president, he still stepped back and said that I cannot fight with president when there's no country. He never allowed us to recede. He never allowed us to fight. He believed that we must have our country first before we can all seek to lead. And so we all pray that may the Lord rest his soul in peace. May many more Railas be born. May we live his legacy. Thank you so much.
All right, now we'll talk to a Teso North Member of Parliament, Oku Kaunya. Mheshimiwa, you are colleagues with Raila Odinga, and you come from a county that closely works with Raila Odinga. How will you remember the fallen
Our Right Honorable Prime Minister, who has passed on and left us, was a unique, special man, a statesman, and a lover of the country, a patriot, a real patriot. So we remember him as someone who ensured and he cherished the idea of inclusion. He cherished the idea of equity, where even minority communities, marginalized communities, and marginalized groups, in the idea of Raila Amolo Odinga, all these people should be treated equally and as one. In Busia, as you know, is the bedrock, actually the bedroom of ODM in Kenya. It has the largest number of ODM members, and it has remained so. In Busia, we have two major communities, the Baluya and the Iteso. The Iteso are... But Raila, for the first time during the devolution, ensured that there's negotiated democracy, where first governor, Sospito Jamong, we had a Teso. Because if it was a straight election, the Teso would necessarily win. But through negotiation and saying that there must be inclusion and recognition that the smaller and the bigger, all of us belong to Kenya. I think we have lost a great man, a man who stood for a united country, a man who stood for peace, and who loved everybody. So as leaders, we should emulate the example Raila set for us, so that this country remains
maji. Kunradhi kwa hitilafu hiyo ambayo imeweza kutokea hapo katika tukiwa naye, ambapo tulikuwa naye mwanahabari mwenza Edward Kabasa akiweza tu kuhoji baadhi ya viongozi wa bunge la kitaifa ambao wameweza kujiwasilisha ama kuhudhuria shughuli ambayo inaendelea huko, shughuli ya mazishi ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa hili Raila Amolo Odinga, na baadaye tutaweza kurudi kwake aweze kutuelezea ni yapi ambayo yanajiri kutoka kaunti hiyo ya Siaya, hasa katika boma hilo la Opoda katika eneo la Bondo. Na mtazamaji, kama nilivyokugusia awali ni kwamba tayari wageni wangu wamefika hapa. Nipo naye Bwana Kechi Kombo ambaye ni mhadhiri wa chuo kikuu, na nipo naye Martin Ndati ambaye ni wakili na bado vile vile ni mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa. Karibuni sana.
Nashukuru.
Naam.
Soravea.
Soravea. Haya ba. Sio, naam, okay, kunradhi kwa hilo. Naam, karibuni sana. Sasa hivi tupo katika kipindi cha maombolezo. Kiangalia jinsi watu walivyojitokeza katika kutoka maeneo mbalimbali kuweza kuelekeza ama kuonyesha hisia zao ama uchungu na uhisi kufuatia maafa hayo, ni jambo la la kusikitisha, ni jambo la kuweza kujiuliza mara mbili, mbona watu wamejitokeza kwa wingi sana. Lipi lo tofauti alilokuwa nalo kiongozi huyu? Kwanza tu nikianza kwako Bwana Martin, habari hizi za kifo zilitangazwa na Rais William Ruto siku ya Jumatano, na tumeona watu wakisema kwamba tumepoteza kiongozi mashuhuri. Kenya imepoteza kiongozi ambaye haijulikani kama kutaibuka kiongozi kama huyo. Kwanza habari hizi wewe ulizipokeaje? Na wewe jinsi watu walivyopokea hizi habari hizi, kivyako wewe unazungumziaje? Karibu sana.
Wakati taarifa ilipofika nilikuwa pale Galeria kwa mkahawa na ndugu yangu mmoja anaitwa Kanoti ambaye ni kinara wa chama cha DNA. Rafiki yangu mmoja, tulikuwa tunajadiliana masuala kidogo ya kibiashara, na Kanoti ana uhusiano wa karibu sana na Raila Odinga na Mama Ida. Unajua Mama Ida anatuita sisi wajomba wake. Mama yake alizaliwa hapo kwetu Mluanda hapo. Sasa Mama Ida alimpigia Kanoti simu, huyo kiongozi wa chama cha DNA, akilia na akasema kama mzee ameaga. Kitu saa 2:15 hivi, na Kanoti kisha akapigia Osotsi ambaye ni seneta wa Viga na ni moja wa naibu wa kinara wa chama, akamjulisha kwamba ni kama Raila ameaga. Na pia akajaribu kupigia waziri Oparanya, lakini Oparanya hakuwa anashika simu. Kisha tukaondoka hapo moja kwa moja tukaelekea kwake huko Karen, kuelekea pande za Kerera Pond. So tulifika pale dakika chache tu kabla ya saa 3. Tukapata baadhi ya watu wa familia. Mama alikuwa ameshikwa na msukumo sana na alikuwa amejifungia katika chumba cha malazi, na ni kama kuwa anataka kuona watu. So tukaweza kushirikiana na wale walikuwa pale kuwapatia pole. Mmoja ya wale alikuwepo ni huyu msichana wake Rosemary, na pia wengine watu wa familia, na pia huyu PS Omoluga, huyu daktari ule wa matibabu. Nilikuja kujua baadaye ana uhusiano wa karibu sana na familia. Kisha Osotsi akakuwa amefika, alikuwa analia sana, na pia Sifuna katibu mkuu wa DM pia akafika. Tulikuwa naye, tulifika karibu wakati mmoja. Huyu Diko Neko pia akakuja, akaanza kufika hapo. Gladys Wanga ambaye ni gavana wa Homa Bay pia akakuja, na mama Rosa Buyu, huyu mbunge wa Kisumu, pia akakuwa amefika. Kisha wengine wakaanza kufika, lakini nyinyi watu wa media mulala kidogo. Kwa ajili nilijulisha watu wa NTV kwamba haya maneno yashatokea. Na ilichukua muda sana watu wa media kufika pale. Kwa ajili kuanzia saa 3 tulikaa hapo, watu wakaanza hapa, na unajua haikuwa hamungetoa rasmi, lakini kufika pale hamukuwa mnatakana mfike mtoe taarifa. Unajua hauwezi toa taarifa kabla imethibitishwa. Lakini unajua kama swali kama hilo limetokea, ingekuwa vizuri mnafika haraka. Nafikiri watu walikuwa wamechanganyikiwa kiasi. So tukakuwa pale katika boma na viongozi wengine wengi wakafika. Saa 4:30 hivi Rais Ruto akafika na msafara na mawaziri, naibu wa rais, prime cabinet secretary kina Msalia, kina Murkomen na wale wengine wakafika. So kisha rais akaenda kaongea na mama akatoka juu mahali alikuwa, kambembeleza, ndio akakuja baadaye. Baada kama nusu saa mama akateremka chini. Sasa akaweza kuanza kupigiwa ile pole na watu. Na ikakuwa tangazo haliwezi kutengenezwa kabla. Unajua Oburu Odinga daktari ndio ndugu mkubwa wa Raila na ndio msemaji wa familia. Sasa tangazo halingetengenezwa pale. Kwa ajili tulipata taarifa kwamba yeye ako Kisumu na ndege ile alikuwa anatakana kuja nayo ilikuwa imechelewa. So ikabidi ile ndege ambayo ilikuwa imeleta rais unajua ilitua katika lile shamba lenu. So unajua mna shamba lenu pale Kererapon. Shamba la KBC hapo kubwa kile mahali ile mitambo yenu iko. So ndege ya rais ilitua hapo. Na mara moja rais akapeana amri ndege hiyo kimbia ichukue Oburu. So ikakimbia Kisumu, ikamchukua Oburu ndio ikamleta. So wakati alifika wakafanya mkutano pale, ndio ushauriano ukakwepo kama watafanya hiyo tangazo hapo ama liende lifanyiwe Ikulu. Lakini wakakuja wakasema hapana, ni vizuri kwa ajili ni swala la kitaifa, ni vizuri wafanyie Ikulu. Pia wengine walikuwa nasema Mama Ida aweze kwenda Ikulu ama asiende. Lakini nafikiria ushauri katoka ni vizuri mama abakie kwa boma. So Oburu akikuwepo, yeye tayari atakuwa anawakilisha familia. So ndio wakaweza kuondoka hiyo msafara kama saa 6:30 kielekea saa 7 ndio wakaondoka wakakuja Ikulu na majadiliano kidogo kidogo, lakini najua rais alikuwa amekaa pale karibu masaa 2.5 karibu masaa 3 na wakaweza kutoka sasa wote wakaelekea Ikulu wakafanya mashauriano huko kidogo, ndio sasa uliona wakaita ile press conference ambapo sasa waliweza kutangaza kwamba hili limetokea. So tulikuwa pale na tulitoka wakati rais sasa alitoka hivi na magari yalikuwa mengi sana. Msafara wengine unajua kuna yale yalikuwa yamekubaliwa kwa boma ya wale VVIP. Alafu kuna sisi tulikuwa tumeegeza magari yetu kwa hiyo barabara. So magari ilikuwa imeegezwa tu kwa barabara hiyo yote mpaka kwa boma ya Tuju mpaka karibu kwa barabara huko kwa main road hiyo ya kuelekea Ngong. So tukaweza kumaliza. Sasa saa 7:30 tukaondoka ndio tukaenda mahali kidogo kupumzika. Tukiomboleza na pia tukipanga kama tunaweza kutafuta kitu cha kutafuna. Yeah, so tulikuwepo na tuliona yale ambayo yaliweza kukiri. Yeah.
Nitarudi kwako tena nije nikuulize, wengi wameweza kusema kwamba ameacha pengo kubwa. Tutakuwa unatuelezea hilo. Kwa nini unahisi hizo semi zimeweza kuibuka wakati kama huu? Lakini nikiruka kwako Bwana Kombo, sijui upande wako wewe habari hizi zilikupata wakati gani? Na semi zinasema kwamba tumepoteza kiongozi tajika na Kenya imepoteza kiongozi ambaye kujaza lile pengo lake huenda ikawa changamoto kidogo. Hebu kwanza tupatie taswira yako ya jinsi ulivyopokea habari hizo. Na wengi wamesema kwamba hawakutarajia habari kama hizo. Kwa nini pia hizo semi hizo zimetokea? Lakini kabla unijibu hilo, acha niruhusu tu tuende kaunti hiyo ya siasa katika eneo la Opoda ambapo mwanahabari mwenza Edward Kabasa pale anaweza kuzungumza na baadhi ya familia kama tunavyoona pale. Mama Ida yuko pale, tuko naye katibu wa chama cha ODM Edwin Sifuna yuko huko. Acha tuwasikilize mtazamaji.
Want me to focus on Ida. That is Ida Odinga. She has stepped out and consulting with security officers who are here, I think, and she's going back into the house. She has been now. Other leaders, including Oburu Oginga, are also with her in the house. So we are still outside here, just ensuring that we give you the true picture on the ground, and perhaps we'll get the opportunity to speak with a family member, and just the same way we spoke to Ruth Odinga, who told us about her experience with her brother, saying that Raila Odinga was her brother and her father, considering the 20-year age gap between the two. So we are hoping that we'll speak to more family members just to ask them about the experiences with the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, who will be laid to rest tomorrow. But there is some activity. The door has remained open, which I think signals something which we await to see. But I see Oburu Odinga is coming out as well, and other family members. Will try and speak to Oburu Odinga if possible, and just to understand what the situation is as far as the family is concerned. A lot of activity at the Opoda Farm right now, and I think they're leaving to they're leaving. We'll perhaps ask Oburu Odinga what the next step is. The public viewing is still underway in Kisumu, and preparations are also in top gear in Bondo. And there are 2 areas of focus, actually 3. One at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science. The other is here at the Opoda Farm. This is Raila Odinga's home. And the focus is also at Kango Kajaramogi, the home of Kenya's first Vice President Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, where Raila Odinga will be laid to rest. On your screen is Oburu Odinga. There is Edwin Sifuna, the ODM Party Secretary General. He walked in just a couple of moments ago. He has been to the house, and right now he's standing at the door. And for those who might not be aware, Oburu Odinga was chosen as the interim caretaker of the ODM party. He's the acting party leader, and has briefly replaced Raila Odinga before the National Executive Council or committee organizes and convenes a meeting to elect a new party leader. And we are waiting to see. There is also the senator for Migori County, Senator Edio Cage. He arrived some hours earlier together with a host of other ODM leaders. He has been here for a while. He signed the condolence book, and he brought with him some bulls. Now there is the Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Badi, who has arrived, and he's also walking into the house. He's briefly speaking to Oburu Odinga at the door. There's a vehicle that is backing up. Perhaps it is backing up for the sake of Oburu Odinga. I think they will be leaving, but we are not sure where to. So there is Oburu Odinga, accompanied by ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna. We'll try and speak to so I think he won't speak. Oburu Odinga won't speak to the media. Oburu Odinga has left, and
Kaunti ya Siaya kutoka eneo ama makazi ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Amolo Odinga nyumbani kwake eneo la Opoda, eneo la Bondo, kaunti ya Siaya, ambapo pale tumeweza kuona tu wanafamilia wameweza kutoka, ni kama tu ujumbe wa kupeana, lakini ni kama kuna mahali wanaweza kufika, huenda wanataka kufika eneo la Kang'oka Jaramogi, ambapo mwili utaweza kusitiriwa, ama huenda wakawa wanaelekea eneo la Mamboleo ambapo shughuli ya kutazama mwili inaendelea. Lakini mwanahabari Edward Kabasa pindi atakapopata taarifa kamili ya yanayojiri katika eneo hilo, ama njia itakayofuata ama mwelekeo unaofuata kuhusiana na ratiba hiyo, basi ataweza kutujuza. Lakini nikirudi hapa studio, nikirudi kwako Bwana Kombo, ni kwamba nilikuwa nimekuuliza tu swala la semi ambazo zimeweza kuibuka sasa hivi, ni kwamba wengi wanasema hawakutarajia kifo cha Bwana Raila Amolo Odinga. Habari hizi ulizipokeaje na unazungumzaje hizo semi ambazo zimeweza kuibuka kwamba hili swala limejiri kama limekuja ghafla, wengi hawakuwa wametarajia?
Kweli. Upata kwamba nashukuru unapoliangalia swala nzima, kwa sababu kwamba watu hawakutarajia kwamba swala hili lingejitokeza, kwa sababu habari hazikuwepo kwamba waziri mkuu wa zamani labda alikuwa anaugua na alikuwa katika hali tata. Kwa hivyo watu walijua tu katika hali sawa kama ilivyo kawaida yake, ambapo wakati fulani anatoweka alafu anarejea katika labda kuwa na hafla fulani, pia anahusishwa ama anahusika na kuweza kuelekeza Wakenya namna mambo yanavyokwenda. Kwa hivyo ndio ilikuwa tatizo, kwa sababu hata tulipopokea habari kwamba unaona kwenye mitandao, unaona pia kwenye watu wanakupigia wanakuambia umestahili, lakini upata kwamba tunasema bwana, lazima tuthibitishe, tunakwenda pale kama nani alivyosema mwenzetu. Tunapoangalia pale kwenye vyombo vya habari unaona hamna chochote, ni program za kawaida tu zinaendelea. Kwa hivyo tukasema kwamba huenda tu ni tetesi ama uvumi ambao umejitokeza, lakini baadaye ilipofanyika sasa rais akaweza kujitokeza na kutangaza, na pia vyombo vya habari vikaweka picha yake na kutangaza rasmi kwamba swala hili limejitokeza, basi hapo ndio tukaamini kwamba swala hili limejitokeza. Lakini unapoliangalia ni pengo kubwa kama wanavyosema na kuliziba, kwa sababu kuna masuala mengi ambayo Wakenya bado walikuwa wanatarajia kutoka kwa waziri wa zamani, kwa sababu yeye amekuwa katika mstari wa mbele kupigia swala ya ufisadi, usawa uongozi katika jamii, alafu masuala haya ya amani katika jamii, mtazamo, kwa sababu watu walikuwa na imani na namna alivyokuwa anatekeleza mambo. Lakini wanaona kwamba swala ambalo limefikia sasa labda hakuwa amekamilisha safari ile, matumaini ya Wakenya bado ilikuwa inamhitaji awepo ili kuweza kuyakamilisha. Kwa hivyo ndio labda swala hili lilipojiri kwamba watu hawakuamini, wanaona kwamba bado pengo lipo, sababu labda kufikia kwa sasa labda wametekeleza robo tu ya mambo ambayo yamejitokeza, labda kuwepo na vyama vingi, kuwepo na uhuru wa kupiga kura na kadhalika, uhuru wa kuzungumza si kama pale zamani na kadhalika. Kwa hivyo mambo haya watu wanapozungumza yanatiliwa maanani baadhi ya serikali, baadhi kuna sehemu nyingine ambazo bado kwamba alivyozungumzia swala hili la ugatuzi na kwamba likajiri, kwa sababu alikuwa mstari wa mbele katiba ile ya mwaka 2010 akaweza kuchangia na kwamba